Não, é metade. Eu não vou fazer
Ana
isso. Não é
Catarina.
metade da.
Não é Martins.
Eu já lá
Não é
fui.
Martins. Ah, é Sousa. Sousa.
Hi, good morning. How are you today? I think the weather is not as perfect as it should be, as it usually is in Lisbon, but I think you're going to be great here. And actually, I'm welcoming you to this event, this EEA Grants event, celebrating the start of the new European Economic Area financial mechanism. This event marks the beginning of the new funding cycle. For over 30 years, Portugal has been one of the beneficiary countries of this important mechanism. And today, we are delighted to celebrate the opportunity to continue our close and fruitful collaboration with Norway, Iceland, and Liechtenstein. During today's event, we'll be exploring the ambitions and expectations of the new EEA grant cycle, the new opportunities it presents, and we will hear perspectives from program operators, donor program partners, and many other national and international stakeholders. To begin today's event, we call to the stage the head of the national focal point of the EEA Grants in Portugal, Maria Mineiro.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the launch event of the EEA Grants Financial Mechanism 2021-2028, marking the start of a new funding cycle of the EEA Grants in Portugal. This is a moment of special significance and joy for those who, over the past 3 decades, have contributed to the success of the EEA Grants, and also for those who are joining for the first time. So let me begin by thanking all of you for being here today. In particular, Mrs. Ambassador of Norway to Portugal, Mrs. Han Brusletto. From the moment this conference was conceived, we have worked closely together with the valuable support of the Embassy. So I would like to extend my thanks, not only to you, but also for the team, for all the cooperation and commitment. And the Ambassador of Iceland, Maria Jónsdóttir, I am delighted to meet you and also to welcome you to the family of the EEA Grants in Portugal. The Ambassador of Portugal to Norway and to Iceland, Mr. Pedro Pessoa Costa, it's a pleasure to continue this journey together. The representative of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Portugal, Mrs. Anne Leitão, and all the ministry team, which are closely involved in the EEA Grants for so many years. And a word to the representatives of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Norway, Turil Johansen and Gerd. We deeply appreciate the FMC commitment and the constructive cooperation over the years. Also, the representative from the Financial Mechanism Office, Mrs. Ragnar Fidustel, thank you for the continuous support we have received from FMO and also the support we have received from all of the team, namely Moala and now Tira. And also a warm welcome to the program operators, the donor program partners, the audit authority. It's a pleasure to continue this collaboration for this new cycle. Your work and contributions remain essential for the success of the EEA Grants in Portugal. All the institutions and national and international partners represented here today, and of course, a word of appreciation to the National Focal Point team, Maria João, Filipa, Inês, Ulrica, and Maria João, Filipa, Inês, Ulrica, and João. Yes, all of them here. Ladies and gentlemen, it's a pleasure as head of the National Focal Point for the EEA Grants to highlight the importance of this occasion for the EEA Grants and for Portugal, Norway, Iceland, and Liechtenstein. The EEA Grants have been in Portugal for the past 30 years. We have been working together and supporting key areas through a wide range of projects and partnerships. Over the years, together with Norway, Iceland, and Liechtenstein, we have strengthened the competitiveness of the public and private sector, advanced scientific research and innovation in blue economy, fostered circular economy, and supported the decarbonization of society. The EEA Grants have also made a significant contribution to promoting artistic creation, fostering cultural inclusion and social inclusion, and advancing gender equality. So it has been a privilege to witness the transformative impact of the EEA Grants in Portugal. And now, as we turn the page into the new funding cycle, we do it with renewed ambition, energy, and a clear sense of purpose. The Blue Book, which defines the priorities and the programs in each beneficiary state, provide the main framework for this new phase, with 3 overall thematic priorities, which will guide our work. First, European green transition. Second, democracy, rule of law and human rights. Third, social inclusion and resilience, making sure no one is left behind. Ladies and gentlemen, at the heart of the EEA Grants financial mechanism lie our shared values and principles: respect for human dignity, freedom, democracy, equality, and human rights. All programs, initiatives, and activities will continue to be guided by these shared principles, ensuring transparency, accountability, and meaningful, lasting results. The year of 2025 marks an important milestone for the EEA Grants, as we move forward into the new EEA Grants financial mechanism. We held fruitful negotiations with donor countries and signed a Memorandum of Understanding last July. The MOU defines each program framework, governance structure, and cooperation mechanism between partners. Following the MOU signature, the programs are now being developed in line with the priorities of the Blue Book. The new cycle brings together an extraordinary network of partners. We have program operators, we have donor program partners, national partners, an international partner organization, the audit authority, certifying authority, and the donor states, represented by FMC and FMO, all play an essential and vital role. So your continued collaboration, trust, and shared commitments are essential for the success of the EEA grants in Portugal. This new cycle is a great opportunity to keep investing in meaningful projects that place people, business, and communities at the center of our work. Moreover, Portugal will benefit from the extensive experience of our partners, not only from the previous funding cycles, but also the knowledge and lessons gained through their work in other countries. So in this sense, today's event is not only a celebration of what we have achieved, but also a renewed commitment with what lies ahead, to further deepen the ties between our countries and to strengthen European cohesion. So let me close by reinforcing that we remain fully committed to achieve meaningful results, building strong partnerships, and create long-term positive impact across all priority areas. I wish you all an excellent and productive day. Let's make the most out of this conference, a space for sharing ideas, connecting with one another, fostering collaboration, and building strong partnerships. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Maria. Thank you. We're actually going to stay with Maria.
Yes.
Because Maria is going to talk a little bit about and give us an overview of this sixth EEA grants funding cycle. So you have the floor. You continue to have the floor, actually.
Please stay with me for a little while. So I'm just going to give, as Margarida mentioned, an overview of the EEA grants for those who may not be familiar. So the EEA grants result from the agreement on the European Economic Area, which was signed in Portugal, in Porto, in 1992, between the European Union member states and 3 EFTA countries, Norway, Iceland, and Liechtenstein, here, allowing these EFTA countries to participate in the European Union single market. So the EEA grants have been active since 1994, more than 30 years, with 2 main goals. First, to reduce social and economic disparities between European Union and EFTA countries, and to strengthen the bilateral relations between countries. Over the past 30 years, Portugal has implemented 5 financial mechanisms, supporting more than 800 projects, with a total funding of over 633 million euros. And now we are entering the 6th funding cycle with over 126 million euros available. The EEA grants played a crucial role in supporting priority sectors across the country, funding a wide variety of projects. In previous cycles, they included remarkable successful stories, such as the construction of the Alameda metro line in Lisbon, the restoration of historical buildings in the cultural landscape of Sintra, and the creation of the Pico Alto geothermal power plant in Azores, which we visited 2 years ago. And we cannot forget Filmar project, which led to the digitalization of over 10,000 minutes of cinematographic works shared through hundreds of screens in Portugal, Norway, and Iceland. So now the focal points, the national focal points. We act as the main partner in Portugal, ensuring that all programs contribute to the overall objectives of the EEA grants. And we have the overall responsibility of the implementation of the new Memorandum of Understanding. Through this new funding cycle, the sixth, this new phase will maintain the focus on priority areas, including blue growth, with an emphasis on innovation, research and education, green transition, addressing pollution, circular economy and biodiversity, domestic and gender-based violence, including projects in the justice sector, culture, promoting broader participation and diversity in the arts and cultural heritage. For the first time, and this is an important message, gender equality, a core value, and digital transformation will be cross-cutting priorities integrated through all program areas. Civil society remains a key part of the new funding cycle, supporting projects that promote democratic values, human rights, and the inclusion of vulnerable groups through the Active Citizens Fund. And additionally, we still have the Fund for Bilateral Relations, which will continue to play a key role both at national level and within the programs. It is an essential tool to strengthen cooperation between countries, promoting knowledge exchange, share best practices, and fostering long-term partnerships. So now, let me give you a brief overview over each program. Although through the day you will have the chance to learn more from the program operators' presentations in the panels and also the donor program partners, which will share their ideas, views and lessons learned in two different panels. So here we have the Blue Growth Program that will have 49 million euros available from the grants to focus on green business and innovation, research and innovation, education, training and youth employment. The Director General for Maritime Policy, DGPM, will act as program operator, and the program will be supported by 5 partners, which are Innovation Norway, Research Council of Norway, Norwegian Directorate for Higher Education and Skills, Icelandic Center for Research, and Liechtenstein Agency for International Education and Affairs. And this program will also have 3 national partners: National Innovation Agency, Foundation for Science and Technology, and the agency Erasmus+. So this is an incredible opportunity to see such impressive entities working together in areas to strengthen competitiveness and the sustainability of the economy, contributing to the European cohesion. And of course, it's also a challenge that we look forward to take on. And the second program is Green Transition. Here's the key information about the program. We will have 29.5 million euros available from EEA grants to focus on air, water and soil pollution, circular economy, biodiversity and ecosystems. This is all about decarbonizing society, applying nature-based solutions and promoting a circular economy in Europe. The Agency for Climate will act as program operator, supported by the Norwegian Agency for Climate as donor program partner. And now the third program, Domestic and Gender-Based Violence, which will have 12 million euros available from the EEA grants to focus on domestic and gender-based violence, prevention and combat, access to justice, institutional cooperation and capacity building. The Commission for Citizenship and Gender Equality, CIG, will act as the program operator, supported by the Norwegian Directorate for Health and the Norwegian Ministry of Justice and Public Security as donor program partners. And for the first time, the Council of Europe will join the EEA grants in Portugal as an international partner organization. Also for the first time, we will have access to justice area that will be supported under this program, including predefined projects. Last but not least, we have the culture program, which will have 9 million euros available from EEA grants to focus on coastal cultural heritage, cultural and artistic creation and cooperation. The Cultural Heritage Portuguese Public Institute will act as program operator, supported by the Norwegian Directorate for Cultural Heritage, Arts and Culture Norway, and the Icelandic Center for Research as donor program partners. The program will also be supported by the Director General for the Arts in Portugal as national partner. And besides the programs, we have the Fund for Bilateral Relations, which will have 3 million euros available to strengthen bilateral relations between partner countries. Allocations will be divided at national and program level. And as you know, bilateral cooperation is a central dimension for all programs with the donor program partners involved at all stages since day one. So now what's next? I would like to share with you some important points, but Ragnar, FMO's Managing Director, will share more details in a few moments as well. So after the Memorandum of Understanding signature, the program operators, in close cooperation with their partners, and also the International Partner Organization, and the FMO, are preparing the concept notes. The concept notes will define the scope, structure, and the expected results of each program. Based on the progress that we have achieved so far, we expect that these documents are submitted to the donor states shortly, which will allow the program agreements to be signed. These agreements will formally establish the terms, conditions, and roles for the implementation. And once signed, each program operator will be able to start launching the calls for proposals, which we expect to begin from mid-2026 onwards. This is an important milestone, mid-2026 onwards. So our work doesn't end here in this conference, because after the conference, in the afternoon, all the programs in a co-creation process will hold thematic meetings, giving everyone the chance to continue discussing the concept notes and shaping what's next. So it's been a great journey working together, and we think the best is yet to come. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Maria. Thank you. This was a very exciting presentation of what's coming. But now I call Ragnar Fidestool, Managing Director of the Financial Mechanism Office, to give us a perspective what is going ahead.
Can I use this one?
Yes. Thank you.
Back. Dear friends, it's a real honor and a pleasure to be here today to celebrate the kickoff of the new period of the EEA Grants in Portugal. As was said, we have been collaborating already for 30 years, and we are very proud of what we have achieved together. But now we are embarking upon a new chapter of our cooperation. We will build further on the previous cooperation, but policies and priorities have been somewhat adapted to meet Europe's current challenges. The overall goals remain the same, as was mentioned already. And as before, the cooperation is based on the common values and principles upon which the Europe was funded. Our focus on these values have been strengthened in this grant period. That's both because this is the explicit focus on protection and promotion of these values is in line with EU's strengthened focus on rule of law conditionality. But it's also a sad recognition of the fact that these values can no longer be taken for granted, even in Europe. So from our side, we have mainstreamed these values both in the Blue Book, in the program areas, and throughout the regulation. Respect for these values is a central part of reducing economic and social disparities and creating societal resilience to respond to the many crises we are facing today. The program areas do build on the previous grant periods to allow for continuation and longer-term cooperation. They are, however, framed within 3 new overarching priorities, ensuring that the EEA grants have a strategic focus with a strong and targeted impact. So all the programs have to contribute to one or more of these 3 priorities that was already mentioned. The slogan for this new period is Together for a Green, Democratic and Resilient Europe. Within the EEA grant, there are 3 main funding streams. And of course, the main part of the funding is still going through the governments as agreed in the MOU. But in addition, there are 2 funds that are managed by the donor states through the Secretariat in Brussels, the FMO. That is the Fund for International Partner Organizations and the Civil Society Fund. These 3 funding streams will mutually reinforce each other to create sustainable results and also allow for more systemic changes. We will be able to work on policy, legislation and capacity building through the international organizations, ensuring alignment with EU and international standards. And we will be working with citizen participation and engagement through the civil society funds. And of course, we will work through the governments with the programs defined in the MOUs. In Portugal, gender-based violence and Roma inclusion and empowerment are 2 examples of topics that will be dealt with in the 3 different funding streams, working both bottom-up and top-down. It will therefore be very important to look for synergies and complementarities between the activities in the 3 different funds. Today's seminar is mainly about the programs in the MOU, but to complete this picture, I will say a little bit more about the 2 funds managed by the donor states. First, the Civil Society Fund. Against the backdrop of shrinking civic space and democratic backsliding, the 3 donor states and the EU have agreed to set aside 10% of the total funding for the EEA Civil Society Fund. It has been rebaptized. It's no longer the Active Citizen Fund, but the EEA Civil Society Fund. And that is to be managed by independent fund operators in each country. More than 300 million euros will be distributed to the 15 beneficiary states. The objective of this new fund is to contribute to a vibrant and resilient civil society, protecting and promoting democracy, the rule of law, and human rights. The Civil Society Fund in Portugal amounts to above 11.3 million. We are very happy to announce that after a thorough bid process, the Calouste Gulbenkian Foundation, together with the Beceia Barreto Foundation, have been selected to manage this fund. We congratulate them and look forward to working with them. The Portuguese fund will support capacity building and civic engagement, focusing on areas like anti-discrimination, social justice, gender equality, media literacy, and climate actions. And in Portugal also there will be a specific focus on gender-based violence and inclusion and empowerment of refugees and migrants. Another novelty is a separate fund for capacity building and cooperation with international organizations and institutions, what we call the IPO fund. The fund will facilitate more strategic involvements of the Council of Europe, the OECD, and the European Union Agency for Fundamental Rights, FRA, in the EEA Grants Cooperation. The international organizations can be advisors in the programs or partners in concrete projects, but they can also manage a number of transnational initiatives themselves with the participation of the beneficiary states. And the cost of the international organization taking part in all this cooperation will be covered by this fund. As was mentioned, the Council of Europe is a new partner in the gender-based violence program here in Portugal, but they also manage some of these transnational initiatives. So I will mention them briefly as well, because I think it's important for you to know about them and see how you can connect to them. We have all these fancy words. So the new invention is not to call this mission-driven initiatives. And so far, we have signed the framework agreement with the Council of Europe, and we have agreed on 5 initiatives that will last for 5 years. In the area of combating hate speech and hate crime, there is a very interesting program with the Venice Commission on civic space to see how to balance transparency of foreign influence with human rights, rule and law, and democracy to make sure that legislation to counter malign foreign influence is not clamping down on civil society. Resist is a program on how to strengthen societal resilience to disinformation in Europe. And we have a program on action against corruption and money laundering in Europe. And in the end, also on gender-based violence, pathways to end violence against women. So all of these programs will be additional to what you are implementing through the programs in the MOU. The framework agreement with the OECD is still to be signed, but we plan mission-driven initiatives in the area of gender mainstreaming, so they will help us with training in that area. We will fund studies related to trust in public institutions, green governance and public procurement, and information integrity and disinformation, also with them, and also to protect civic space to foster more meaningful public participation. The agreement with FRA is also still to be signed, but we are looking at initiative on Roma inclusion, resilient civil society, and national human rights institutions. So you will be contacted by many of these organizations to take part in these different initiatives. I will now return to the national programs agreed in the MOU. I will go through some of the new features in the grant in this period that is aimed at safeguarding a strong and democratic Europe and promote inclusive and resilient societies. Democracy, rule of law and human rights constitute both the foundation for the EEA and Norway grants and is one of the 3 overarching priorities. Protection and promoting these values is key to reduce economic and social disparities, and by integrating these aspects in the program design, we believe that the programs will be of better quality and are likely to be give more sustainable results. FMO will shortly provide further guidance on how you can implement a value-based approach in the grants. But a number of international organizations, including the EU, is already using tools like human rights-based approach based on the following 5 principles. On applying human rights, of course, all human rights are not applicable to all programs, but the program operators should ensure that the programs are aligned with the relevant human rights standards and instruments. And on participation, the program operators should strive to ensure meaningful participation of relevant stakeholders, especially persons in vulnerable situations, throughout the program cycle. This has to do with seeing beneficiaries as active agents rather than just passive recipients. On non-discrimination, the program operators should apply proactive efforts to prevent, tackle discrimination and promote equality in the programs. And on accountability, every person must be able to claim their rights and seek justice, redress, and compensation. So that is about having proper complaint mechanisms. And on transparency, very importantly, you should strive to ensure that information is accessible, accurate, timely, and understandable to all stakeholders. Gender equality, that was already mentioned, is part of this broader value-based approach. Gender mainstreaming involves translating commitment to gender equality into concrete actions across all stages of the program cycle. This includes integrating gender perspective into the needs assessment, program design, implementation, monitoring, and evaluation. In the Blue Book, we have integrated gender equality as a core value throughout all program areas, both as a guiding principle and through targeted activities where relevant. Gender equality is also reflected in all the relevant templates and the documents we are using in the grants. We will also here issue a further guidance note on gender equality mainstreaming, and we will get assistance, as I said, from the OECD in training stakeholders and providing us tools to do good analysis. So when the program operators and the partners are designing the programs, you should ensure that the planned activities do not perpetuate or reinforce gender inequalities, that everyone, regardless of gender, benefits equitable from the program results, and that gender-specific needs and priorities are identified, addressed, and met through specific activities where relevant. The Protocol 38D also says that digitalization should be mainstream in relevant programs. And digitalization is not a separate program area, but it's an organic part of most of the programs. Digitalization should serve a broader purpose as a key driver of social and economic development. But it's important to recognize that digitalization has both potential benefits, but also risks, depending on how it's designed and implemented. Therefore, we try to align ourselves with the European Declaration on Digital Rights and Principles. Anchoring the grants in these rights and principles will reinforce understanding that digitalization is not merely a technical matter, but a value-driven process which puts people at the center. This will help ensure that digitalization does not have unintended negative effects. Digital devices should support sustainability and the green transition. People should benefit from fair online environments and be safe from illegal and harmful content. Everyone should have access to internet, to digital skills, to digital public services, and to fair working conditions. And citizens should also be able to engage in democratic processes at all levels and have control over their own data. Technology should not divide people. I will also say a few words about the Ukraine allocation, because this is new. There is now in the protocol with the EU an allocation related to the challenges experienced as a result of the war invasion of Ukraine. A total of 100 million euro have been set aside, earmarked to projects and initiatives related to these challenges. These funds are distributed on a pro rata basis across all country allocations and funds. In Portugal, just about 6.2 million is already included in the allocations to the programs and the bilateral fund. The Russian invasion of Ukraine has had a wide range of economic and social consequences across Europe. Almost 7 million Ukrainians have fled their country and settled in other European countries. The war has slowed down European economic growth, led to inflation and hikes in energy prices, and the geopolitical tension has led to shifts in government spending towards defense and civilian preparedness. Increase in malign foreign interference and hybrid warfare makes cybersecurity and protection of critical infrastructure a priority in many countries. Since the challenges experienced are felt differently in each beneficiary states, it's up to each country to assess the needs and decide upon relevant projects and initiatives. The Blue Book frames the thematic basis for the support, and FMO has also developed a guidance note just to give some inspiration. Initiatives could, for instance, include issues like addressing the economic and social impact of the war, supporting information integrity, including media literacy, or integration and economic empowerment of refugees. But these are just ideas, so it's really up to the national authorities to look within the program what could be relevant initiatives. Then I will end about saying a few words about the program development, as this is what the lunch is about today. The donor states want to speed up both the MOU negotiation and the program development to leave more time for implementation of projects. But the negotiation of the protocol with the EU took a bit more time than anticipated, so now we are working very hard to catch up for this delay. If you look back in the former mechanism, it took on average 21 months to develop programs, and it was spread over several years. This time we are trying to be more efficient. To streamline the process, FMO provides training of all stakeholders, we issue guidance and templates, and we try to limit the information we are asking for to the strictly necessary. And with help of new technology, we have created these online co-working spaces for all the programs that seem to be working well. And I believe it also helps that a lot of the programs are building on previous cooperation. However, there are many new partners that have not been involved in Portugal before, And it is very important to spend some time to get to know and understand each other. I think the human side of this cooperation should not be underestimated. The deadline for the Portuguese programs are as follows. Since we signed the MOU the 8th July 25, the deadline for submitting the concept notes expires the 8th December. And then the FMO will assess the concept notes and recommend to the donors. And the donors can make comments. Either they can accept it as it is, or they can provide comments that the program operators have to take into account. So this period of assessing and making comments can take up to 2 months. And then there are 4 months still to finalize the program agreement. So we hope to be able to sign all program agreements in Portugal by 8th July. 1 year after the MOU signature. Sorry, there's an error in this slide. But just also to make you aware that between the concept note and the program agreement, there will be some additional questions you have to answer to. One of them is a risk assessment for each of the program. And the other one is that there will be a bit more questions related to any predefined projects. And that is because the program agreement is the grant award to these projects. So we need to be able to assess the project, the predefined projects a bit more thoroughly than the rest of the program. So this is the process. There are a lot of actors involved, but they all have very defined roles. The starting point, of course, is the MOU text, together with the program area description in the Blue Book. And the MOU text typically specifies approximate budget shares to different components, specific target groups, and the predefined projects, as well as the partners that need to be invited into the process. And the roles of these partners are clearly defined in the regulation. The program operator will always be in the lead, knowing the needs of the country and the funding gaps, but the partners as well as FMO should have a meaningful say in development. The DPP role is further reinforced in this mechanism. They are providing both expert advice and policy inputs, but also acting as facilitators of bilateral cooperation, being co-decision maker for bilateral funds, and co-developer both of the concept note and call for proposals. The same goes for the international partner organizations, who also provide technical and professional inputs and make sure that the programs are in line with the European standards and rights. FMO role is jack of all trades. We oversee the program, that it's in line with the regulation and Blue Book. We help facilitating the process. We secure the stakeholder involvement, and we can advise on program design and the results framework. We assess the budgets, of course, and we have a communication with the donors when we go along in the program planning phase to see what can be accepted or not. And after the 6 months, we recommend the program to the donors. FMO is also drafting the program agreement that will, of course, be shared with the focal point and agreed. And then, so I would like to communicate that even if it seems that it takes a little bit extra time to involve FMO in all this process, it pays off in the end. Because if we are sufficiently involved during the process, it will go smoother also when we come to the next phase. The focal point is the one officially submitting the concept note and signing the program agreement, thus being accountable for all the programs. And FMC is the one who's approving and signing the program agreement on the donor side. So this ends what I wanted to say at this launching event. I wish you all a very successful conference and a program development phase. And thank you all for your attention.
Há 30 anos que os EEA Grants estão em Portugal. Tem sido possível apoiar um conjunto de projetos inovadores nas áreas do mar, do ambiente, da cultura, da igualdade de género, também do apoio à sociedade civil.
E a cultura tem essa capacidade de unir várias áreas, desde a coesão social, com os projetos que na área das artes se fizeram em zonas do interior, até à capacitação mais especializadas, como por exemplo na área da conservação e da arqueologia subaquática.
Todos estes produtos
ou todos estes novos desenvolvimentos, ou todos estes apoios, contribuem claramente para desenvolvermos uma economia azul que dê resposta aos desafios atuais do planeta.
É muito importante depois pegar nestes instrumentos, nestes resultados e replicá-los. Há muitas entidades que podemos envolver no teste, na experimentação.
A área da igualdade de género ainda é algo que muitas pessoas pensam isto é coisa de mulheres, o que é profundamente errado, porque a igualdade de género é para homens e para mulheres.
Trabalhar na área dos fundos em Portugal acaba por exigir que nós tenhamos um conjunto de competências técnicas fortes e a nossa liderança acaba por ser um exemplo positivo pelo facto de sermos aqui um grupo coeso de mulheres.
And now we move forwards to our first panel of this morning. And it is a panel to hear from our program operators. So I call to the stage Marisa Lameiras da Silva from the Blue Growth Program from the Directorate General for Maritime Policy. Susana Scaria for the Green Transition Program from the Agency for Climate. Karina Quaresma for the Domestic and Gender-Based Violence Program from the Commission for Citizenship and Gender Equality. And Catarina Souza for the Culture Program from the Cultural Heritage Public Institutes. Good morning, ladies. It is good to see all women here. It is refreshing. So maybe I'll start with culture, because it was last in the presentation, in the overview from Maria. But it's a very significant area, and I'd like you to share with us what was the real importance of these programs, of the EEA grants for your work and for what was developed in this last mechanism.
So culture is always in all areas.
In all areas,
So,
yeah.
and also social inclusion. And really, nowadays, we don't have strict borders between. So we have a lot of connections also with the environment, with the sea, so also with the gender. So really, I think one of our hopes is to bring more bridges between areas. But speaking about culture, so with EEA Grants programs, they have now a long journey of 30 years.
Yeah.
And this program that I was more close to as a representative of the culture program, we learned that with these programs of EEA grants, we can build new ways to develop public policies for culture and cultural heritage. So we have here a space to develop projects in less developed areas, both in terms of type of culture monuments, because usually our efforts from the central administration or the local administration are for big monuments like the monastery of Jerónimo that is classified in UNESCO World Heritage or national monuments. And here we could develop other type of heritage, perhaps more vulnerable because they are related with, in our case, with coastal heritage. That is one of the common bridges that we have here, Portugal with Norway and Iceland. So our coastal heritage. So we could develop projects in less study and intervention monuments, sites, buildings, and also to learn that it was not only necessary to make the rehabilitation, but also to involve the communities and the local stakeholders to enhance not only the citizen science, but also the touristic approaches that could bring, and to make like a net of several stakeholders with the cultural heritage. I'm talking about the cultural heritage, but I also am representing arts with my colleagues that are developing projects in areas with low density populations, with very few presence of arts in general, and with the project that they developed in areas like Açores or in the inland, they could also make an effort, and they could bring arts to that area.
So this can make a real big difference.
Yes.
In areas that aren't so publicized, like big monuments are, and in areas where people are in territories where they don't have close access to culture and art. So it's something that really helps.
One of the things that we find out now is that in many cases the projects were made, but they continued the project. They made more things.
So it doesn't stop.
No. So they started, especially with the municipalities. They worked and they want to make more and more. And now they are the programs begin like that. It's like a kickoff to build.
It's like a seed that is planted and it's growing.
So since the culture is especially rehabilitation, is long-term programs. It takes a lot of time to make all the process. Sometimes we have to make studies and then archaeological interventions and then the conservation. So it's long project that don't end with the day that it's inaugurated, because we always have to keep those monuments. So it's a never-ending work. Since it's a never-ending work, we should think about ways to making resilience and to make that, to know that all the maintenance should be made with the effort of everyone, not only the public administration. So one of the important things is to bring more people to take care of the cultural heritage, because in a way, it's a mission that belongs to all of us, because it's not from the Cultural Heritage Institute or the Ministry of Culture. It's from
for everybody.
For everybody.
You mentioned coastal heritage, and that takes me to the sea and to Marisa. Can you tell us a little bit what was the biggest importance of this program, and what would you take from this?
Thank you for the question. And first of all, I want to say good morning to everyone. And I make my words of the words of Maria mine in greeting everyone. I'm happy to see a lot of participants. Our relation spans years of collaboration and trust, and I'm proud of that. So let me just say these words. I was not prepared to speak of the previous program, but I bring some numbers, and I think it's important to highlight how important it was. And before I go to the numbers, I want also to highlight that the Blue Economy, the Blue Grow program, not the Blue Economy, the Blue Grow program has connection points to all these programs, with culture, with gender equality, with the environment, a lot, of course, green and blue are together. And we are happy to have this collaboration work, and we work really well together. So the Blue Grow program has shown an excellent overall performance. We have 118 projects following 10 calls for proposals and 254 applications received. And I used to say that we had more than 100 stories of success related with the Blue Grow. So in terms of impact, the results were very positive. The program contributes to the creation of 160 new jobs, the development of 51 new products, technologies, or service, and in the field of research, 30 scientific papers were submitted for publication, and 16 research institutes were supported in the developing of new solutions with new technologies for the marine and maritime environment. Regarding the ocean literacy, that's something that we also have a special, it's a special area for us. The ocean literacy and education, more than 48,000 people benefit from literacy initiatives, and most of 1,000 awareness campaigns were carried out. So, and from formation or education, over 2,014 people took part of the training activities. So I think these numbers show how we achieve efficiency and, of course, the success of this program, but also the strategic importance and for sustainable development of the blue economy in Portugal. What we want for the new program is, with the lesson learned of this previous program, to bring more impact to the society, and the impact to bring more green, more digital, and more just to the blue economy, the blue grow program.
So Susanna, looking forwards, but with the lessons learned, as Marisa said, what are your expectations for this new program, considering the lessons you've learned and what was going on the last program?
Yes, we realized that our 60 projects that we were able to fund had a very relevant local impact in the population. So we want to increase the scale and the impact of these projects in the population. And regarding this, since it was applied innovation, testing, piloting projects, it was very relevant to pass these deliverables and to increase the use of them. And we were able, with just 28 million euros, about that, to provide and to become in place several public policies that are relevant now at national level. For instance, climate change adaptation roadmap, the implementation of a scheme for plastic bottle refund and return that is going to take place in January 26. Everybody is going to have the machine in this region, in this city, to put the bottle and have the refunds. Or, for instance, a common toolkit to all the biosphere reserves that we have at a national level. So our main deliverables were very important because we could allow to have a new change of behavior of the in a small time, but it was very important. And we could develop plans, guides, tools, and implementation of infrastructures at natural-based solutions that now can be replicated and can be used by other municipalities, companies, universities, NGOs, and they are available in the website, and you can go there and try and test. So it's very important for that. And also, we could have some, it's a dropped, but we could contribute to sustainable development goals in Portugal as well, and to some of the major environment challenges now we face in Portugal, in particular in circular construction sector, but because we have several methodologies to deal with waste and demolition, waste of construction, and we can use that since it's very important for that. So about that, also the partnerships between the programs or more evidence with the Blue Growth program, because we had to comply the synergies, and we had this path between the programs. It was very fruitful, we work very well, but also with gender equality and culture. We had a very interesting seminar with culture that we could say how culture are going to deal with adaptation to climate change, and it was okay, how we are going to deal with this. And also with gender, we find out that we had some criteria to assess the projects based on the gender equality of the teams, but now we think that is more, we have to deepen that, and we have to go more forward and to have more synergies with the gender equality program or violence domestic program, because we can have some awareness raising, capacity building actions specific to this, and to pass this message all along the period of the project execution and monitorize that kind of activity. I think is very important. And last but not least, communication. Communication is key. I'm very active saying to NFP that we have to communicate more, better. We communicate a lot, and it has very good results in specialized audience and target groups, because they love it. They love us. I know that. But we have to increase that and be reinforced, and we have to be able to give to communicate better the deliverables and the results, because
so they can replicate it.
Yes, of course, because we have the good experience in the environment and the green transition, that for the 6 mechanisms we are able to have fund, and we see all the seeds that every previous mechanism has in the environment, they are in place. So it's a very good starting point. It's a small one, but it's a starting point. Very good.
Karina, gender equality is a really challenge issue right now. It shouldn't be, but it is. So I think it's quite a critical theme for this grants and for the program to have programs and projects that are efficient, that make the difference. What would you expect from the projects emerging from this mechanism of financing? What would you expect to see, and what would be important for you?
Thank you, Margarida. I just would like to start thanking to Maria Mineiro, the National Focal Point, for the invitation that for the Commission for Gender Equality, Citizenship and Gender Equality to be here, and it's an honor to be here with you in this event. The Commission has been working in this EEA grants funding for 2 decades. SIG is being a program operator. It's the 4th time that SIG is going to be the program operator. The gender equality principle that is spread all over the program. We saw the video, the message that was sent in the video is a sign that this principle of gender equality is very important all over the programs. And of course, the SIG has got a mission to help the mainstreaming of gender equality all over the Portuguese programs. So we are not just concerned about our program related with domestic violence and gender-based violence, but we are also concerned about gender equality. It's of course a principle that this financial mechanism has got as a concern since its beginning, so we are completely aligned with this principle. For Portugal and for the Commission, this is not just a financial mechanism, this is a really partnership and really a trust and partnerships. We saw not just between us, the Portuguese program operators, but also with the donators, all the international partners, because only with this partnership framework, only with this integrative work, we will go forward. Many of the areas that we are working need this integration, need this networking, need this cooperation with civil society. We don't do anything without these connections. So we are very, very enthusiastic of this new program. We are having a double financial package from the previous, so we are very, very happy. We are very proud of the implementation rate that was achieved with the other program, the third program that was focused on work-life balance and gender equality. We had 95% implementation rate, so we are very, very happy with that. We had 33 innovative projects relating work-life balance, gender equality, and also domestic violence and gender-based violence. These projects make the difference. They are seeds, as you mentioned, to go forward. So we are very happy to keep going this partnership with the EEA Grants and all the donators and all program partners.
And Catarina, looking to this sixth program, what are you looking forward in this? What's your perspective on what should this sixth program be?
So, in a way, we learn from the good things, and some that we want to keep it.
Yeah.
But we want to bring something new about also about the main goals of this program. So we are going to develop other areas like climate change that we already begin in the end of the last program, and we are going to find ways and
to bring together the two areas, the heritage and the climate change area.
Yes, because climate change, we are here and we are now near Torre de Belém.
Yeah.
That is one place that is suffering a lot with climate change, for instance. And we know that the projections for 2100 shows that a very significant part of our cultural heritage will be underwater. A lot of Roman sites, especially sites related with the fishing process. We now in Portugal we are finding the new Asterix.
Yeah, I was talking about.
Yes, that was presented yesterday in Lusitania, and one of the things that were produced here in Roman, it was garum. You know that in Troia we had the biggest factory of garum of all Roman Empire. And this is a site that is we know that it's going to be destroyed. So
it's under menace? And
it's under menace, and we have to do something. It's an emergency, climate change, and we, with our partners, with Ritsankivaran, we made like a seminar, learning with the Norwegian colleagues what they are doing, and we also show our perspectives, and we are going to develop more this area in this new program, because we know that is a really emergency, not only in public policies to think the Europe, the development and the organization of the territory, but also to digitize, for instance, more vulnerable places like fortresses that are falling from or Roman sites or shell middens from the prehistoric period, so vulnerable sites that we know that are in danger. So this is one area. Other area we learn now, we are in the Cultural Heritage Institute now, learn from other projects that we are developing in I don't know very well to say in English, PRR, the program of resilience and recovery from the European Union, and
European funds.
Yes, we are finishing now the program of digitization of cultural heritage in Portugal. So it is one of the biggest and more ambitious programs of digitization of national monuments and artifacts, and we want to bring digitization. And what we learned from these past 3 years in digitization, I think it is one of the biggest programs in Europe to digitize more than 50,000 objects and a lot of. So now we learn a lot, also with universities, and all this heritage. It's not only to safeguard, because when we digitize, we could safeguard.
conserve them, yeah.
We conserve them, and also if there is something, you know that, for instance, in Notre Dame, it was digitized. If you
Yes, so you could recover
Yes.
things because you know the way they were.
But
so
also
it's
to
easier.
communicate, so we can communicate better and know a lot of things, and also it's a tool for research. So we want to bring digitization of cultural heritage, because now we learn a lot, and we know that it's a very important tool, and we are going to bring that knowledge that we develop now to the new program. Also in areas of climate change. And in arts, we want to develop more the social inclusions, and also to go to areas that are not so developed, and to reach more areas. For instance, in this program, also in the autonomous regions. So also to deepen the cultural diversity and the participation of different expressions of arts and minorities, and also to promote human rights. And so it's like to develop what we done well, I think.
And correct some mistakes.
Not correct. To develop more some areas that now we find that could be
more interesting to continue, like digitalization.
Or climate change, or the cultural diversity, because in these times I think cultural diversity and to know the culture path of history is a very good way to deepen democracy. So knowing about our history and all the actors that are related with our history, especially in Portugal, that we are a place where we receive a lot of populations since the
beginning.
Since the beginning, no,
before actually, yeah, of course.
And so I think all of this culture. Also to communicate better, because Susanna said it was important to communicate better, and I think now in this meanwhile we saw the slides that now we have this compass before we begin a new cycle, and we are all excited to find the new cycle. It's a good time to show the good examples.
Yeah. That's why we're here.
Yes, to show the good examples, to inspire, because we hope that we have some ideas, but also we want to hear the society and the other stakeholders with our guidelines could bring us and will bring us, of course, a lot of good ideas. So it's not only a top-down project, it's like inclusive, so we are also we expect to receive.
Yeah, and if you haven't yet read the new book of Asterix and Obelix in Portugal, Lusitania, I strongly recommend it. It's very funny.
Yes, definitely.
And you can learn about garum, which is a spice, actually.
It was a spice that
was
sauce. A fish sauce
produced here in Troia.
Yes, in Troia, and you know that
Lisbon.
One of our zooarchaeologists that work in our laboratory, she studied fish, and when she studied what was in that factories, it was almost sardines. So we found out that in Roman period there was so many fishing of sardines that they should have like coats, because they were so small. So we were really exploited sardines since the Roman period.
Okay, so
and
we have a lot to learn.
And they were but I don't know, it's very good, but
no, I think it might be a little bit too
strong.
Marisa, not to talk about sardines.
No. I was saying that Katarina inspired me, and I'm looking forward to work out synergies between our programs. So,
so what are you looking for this next program?
Yeah. So let me start by saying that this new cycle is very ambitious, and we want, the previous was a success, but this one we want to be transformative. We want a transformative program. And of course, to design or to be able to do a transformative program, we need to work closely to our partners. And Maria make my life easier to show my partners, but I want to recall that we have 5 donor states partners and 3 national partners. Of course, this work is not only with these partners, this is important of course, but it's also with the national focal point, is also with the embassies, is also with the FMO, is also with the potential promoters, with the potential partners from the donor countries. So this is really a puzzle that we need to make work if we want impact in the society. So related with the program, this is fully aligned, of course, with the Green European Deal, and aims to foster the sustainable growth and innovation in the blue economy and sustainable economy. Whenever I'm going to say blue economy, the sustainable is in the base. So that's something that we need to understand. So the focus will be to develop innovative technologies and also solutions supporting the green and the twin green and digital transition, and accelerating, of course, the ecological transformation. And the central goal is to enhance the creation of value and, of course, promoting also scientific research and skills development. So this program is divided in 3 main areas. The first area is the green business and innovation. The second area is dedicated to research and innovation. And the third area is dedicated to education, training, and youth employment. Just to have an idea, around 50% of the funding will be allocated to the first area, around 40% of the funding to the second area, and 10% to the last area of education and training. So like the previous program, there is a holistic approach, combine business, development and innovation, research, education, and blue skills to ensure all that we can lead sustainable economy and contribute to the climate goals and environment sustainability. Just one note that the program that we are negotiating right now, and we are talking a lot about this, is that we have to align with the cross-cutting principles of the EEA grants, and these include the gender equality, acceleration, digitalization, and of course responding to geopolitical situation. And speaking about the 3 areas, I have time?
Yeah.
Okay. So the first area, the blue, I call blue, but it's blue, it's green, blue. Like I say, the blue needs to be green always. So the blue business, the blue business and innovation aims to create the green value and strengthen competitiveness in this blue economy. So we want to support the transition towards a low carbon, circular and digital economy, financing innovative technologies that in the fields like marine biotechnology, blue bioeconomy, robotic, ocean renewable energies, decarbonization of ports, blue tourism, and other sectors of the blue economy with a green present. We also want to promote digitalization and support startups and small and medium companies. The second area, research and innovation, is focused on scientific excellence and research-based innovation. We need to enhance the knowledge of our ocean. We need to understand the ocean and the digitalization is very important, and the new technologies are also very important to help us to understand how the ocean works, not like that, how is the behavior of the ocean and our resource, natural resource and biodiversity. Of course, we also want to understand the ocean climate dynamics and support the biodiversity protection, maritime security, and this is really important in the days of today, I don't know if it's like that, and the climate change mitigations. And the last area that, like I said on the beginning, it's an area that we give a lot of importance, that is education and ocean literacy and training, is dedicated of building human capacity for this new generation that the ocean needs, ocean professionals, but they need to have new skills related with this new competence, the green and the digitalization. We need to work, we work on ocean literacy, but we need to start work on digital literacy, in the green literacy, so we can have professionals who know how to do this transformation of the society.
Susanna, maybe that's something for you as well, for environment and climate change. These technologies are very important. What are you expecting from this new program?
Technology is key for the applied innovations, pilot projects, testing, innovation. And with that, we have three main areas, and we want to seek positive solutions to the green transition, to acceleration for a more sustainable and inclusive society, competitive society, but complying with our national commitments to the European Green Deal. And we have, in these three main areas, for instance, first area, we want to assure higher standards of water, soil and air quality, because it's dedicated to pollution, and the main focus is going to be on biomethane, creating a new market for biomethane, bio-waste and food waste, and we are working on that with Andre and Pia and Anne-Marie. Welcome to Lisbon. And in the second area, we want to address circular economy and enlarge for the previous mechanism, and to mitigate the need to extract virgin materials and to improve the process of recycle is key for us in the geopolitical situation in Europe now, to prevent and to secure our national territory. It's not defense, but it's also to the resilience of the natural territory. So we want to use and to test new regenerative endogenous materials in constructions, or to increase the scale of projects with local impact in population. And for instance, we are going to address the third area, urban cycle management solutions of forests, to continuity the results obtained in the previous mechanism. For instance, we can have and to have put some money to comply with the plan for restoration law. At national level, we are working on that with ECNF and
to respond to wildfires,
to
which are
respond
a
to
huge
wildfires, to respond, to come back to the certification, to protect and conserve the nature with using natural-based solutions. This is the best option, and this provides through the continuity of the applied innovation and support these published projects. As well, we could also to contribute to our national integrated environment and energy policies that has three main pillars now: protect and valorize natural resources to increase quality of life, and at the same time to promote wealth and competitiveness, but that must guarantee that there is a balance between the sectorial activity, and at the same time we have to decarbonize society grounded in this kind of valorization of indigenous resources. So it's a very challenging but very ambitious, but we know, but we have to be ambitious, otherwise we cannot be transformative. And this comes together again with the reinforcing of bilateral cooperation, to communicate the guidelines, the results, to enlarge the use of deliverables, and in this way we can contribute to a jargon that Kabila said to me, don't say that because I don't like it to say that, but it's very important to say that we have the triple planetary crisis now, and nobody knows what is that, and that is how to deal with climate change, how to deal to protect biodiversity, and how to reduce pollution. And therefore, I think we can do, we can continue to have our very good job and to continue to execute even better now. Thank you.
Karina, what about gender equality in this new cycle of funding? What could come up here? What could be the areas or the projects that you would find more interesting to be funded?
Yes, thank you, Margarida. This fourth edition of the program is specifically targeted to domestic and gender-based violence. So we come from a program that was targeted to work-life balance, gender equality. Now we are completely targeted to domestic and gender-based violence. So it's a shift, but of course everything is connected. It's not possible to fight domestic violence and gender-based violence without gender equality. But we are completely, it's a shift that is very positive because in Portugal we are really concerned about domestic violence, so it's a priority. So we have now the amount available in this program is 4 million euros. That is doubled from the previous program that was 7 million. So it's a big responsibility to us to have this opportunity and to go strictly to every point that we need. So we are developing the concept note with our partners, and we are trying to develop in the sense that we know our priorities in these areas, domestic violence and gender-based violence, and we are trying to align the needs and the project and the lines with it. So we are trying to have a view in the area of prevention, from prevention to justice, from victims to institutions. Okay. So we need to, in the domestic violence area, we need to have like a 360 degrees view. So it's not only necessary to work with victims, we have to work with institutions that work with victims, with perpetrators, with all the institutions, public and civil society.
And now we see in Portugal a real rise of violence from children towards parents, most of them women and most of them elderly parents. Is this program also to fight that kind of violence?
We are trying to have domestic violence is not just intimate partner violence.
Exactly.
So in
to
Portugal,
clear that up.
Yes, domestic violence in Portugal is all these situations that are under the 152 Penal Code article of domestic violence. So we have a definition in domestic violence that's includes all these kinds of situations, and of course we are very, very concerned about these situations, and we are trying to align this new program with the needs that we have, also strengthening our national support network for the victims of domestic violence. We have in our about 200 responses between attending structures, refugees and emergency responses, with more than 600 professionals that work in this network. And we need to reinforce the work that is being done there, and the program is a very important opportunity for that. We have here in the room our colleagues from the Cabinet of the Minister of Justice that are very working with us very closely, because in the program we have 2 predefined projects related with making more the justice system more child-friendly, child-centered, making the system more accessible to and centered to the victims, and to invest in professionals and their training. So we are connecting these areas, and we are working very closely in this program. So we are trying to consolidate this national system. It's very important to be more coordinated, more effective and sustainable. So it's very, very important. Of course, we are also concerned about prevention, reduction, online, digital situations, and strengthening institutions, of course, that deal with this area and the professionals.
Well, I think that gave us a real overview of what is going to be this next mechanism. And now I think we should all have coffee because we really need it. And we'll have a 30-minute break to have coffee and talk and network a little bit. So we'll see us in 30 minutes. Thank you very much.
A liderança no feminino é algo que tem se vindo a impor. Não é muito normal vermos esta liderança feminina a acontecer desta forma.
Talvez quando eu tenha começado a trabalhar, o maior desafio tenha sido muitas vezes ser a única mulher numa obra, por exemplo.
Sim, é ótimo.
E a fatia de da desigualdade entre homens e mulheres.
Só aos 37 anos é que eu comecei a pensar na minha carreira, porque até lá eu fui nova, tenho 3 filhos.
A vida das mulheres nem sempre foi facilitada por parte das oportunidades que não eram e não são exatamente iguais para homens e mulheres.
Muito obrigada, obrigada, bom dia.
Um bom exemplo, e eu diria que é importante continuarmos e contar as histórias dessas mesmas mulheres.
Ai, estou a precisar muito do café. Ai, vou.
Os EEA Grants estão em Portugal, tem sido possível apoiar um conjunto de projetos inovadores nas áreas do mar, do ambiente, da cultura, da igualdade de género, também do apoio à sociedade civil. São projetos que foram desenvolvidos de norte a sul do país, incluindo Madeira e Açores. Na área do mar, tivemos um reforço da competitividade das empresas, também um foco na investigação e no desenvolvimento de novos projetos.
Trouxe isto para aqui, não há lixo aqui,
e também a própria formação na área
obrigada pela
que foi um dos elementos fundamentais ao longo do último mecanismo financeiro.
Todos estes produtos, ou todos estes novos desenvolvimentos, ou todos estes apoios contribuem claramente para desenvolvermos uma economia azul que dê resposta aos desafios atuais do planeta e não só, contribuem para o bem-estar das comunidades costeiras, sempre assente no conhecimento científico.
Na componente do ambiente, que também é uma componente muito importante, foi possível desenvolver projetos de descarbonização de sociedade, também de economia circular, nomeadamente aplicados ao setor da construção e ao setor dos plásticos, e houve ainda uma preocupação pela valorização dos territórios.
Conseguimos juntar e dar ferramentas a todas as reservas da biosfera existentes em Portugal. Elas funcionam numa plataforma comum, toda a gente pode aceder à informação que existe nessa plataforma. É muito importante depois pegar nestes instrumentos, nestes resultados e replicá-los. Há muitas entidades que podemos envolver no teste, na experimentação, criar aquela solução personalizada que tem impacto local muito relevante.
Na área da
Não, eu não estou ali dentro.
Do património cultural, costeiro e também, por outro lado, no desenvolvimento de projetos de artes, nomeadamente artes performativas.
Ai, custa-me dizer a verdade, eu acho que falo melhor francesa do que inglês.
Até essa capacidade de unir várias áreas. desde a coesão social,
Não,
com os projetos
não.
que na área das artes
Não,
se
na
fizeram
verdade
em
sinto que
zonas
fico
do
mais
interior,
emperrada,
até
que pronto, que é
a
mais difícil.
capacitação
Eu estou habituada a fazer isto em português.
especializadas,
Bem
como
mais
por exemplo
simples.
na área da conservação e da ecologia subaquática, que é uma área muito relevante, mas que ainda
Estava
tem
mesmo a
muito
precisar
pouca
de café.
expressão em termos dos profissionais que trabalham nesta
Ah,
área.
é? Boa, ainda
E,
bem.
uma área
Ainda bem.
extremamente importante.
Não
que é a
teve
área
graça
da
porque eu
igualdade de
tive mesmo a
género,
ler o
não
livro
podemos
do
esquecer,
Asterix.
deu origem a vários projetos, permitiu
Eu
a
também.
conciliação entre a vida pessoal, profissional e familiar.
Não, é pior que vale.
Nomeadamente, conseguimos envolver em alguns projetos.
Obrigou-me logo a ler o livro
quer
com ela
sindicais,
e
quer
então
patronais.
lemos logo.
O que para nós foi muito importante e foi um marco. A área da igualdade de género ainda é algo que muitas pessoas pensam isto é coisa de mulheres, o que é profundamente errado, porque a igualdade de género é para homens e para mulheres e não conseguimos ter progressão efetiva e real se não tivermos os homens também nesta equação.
Acho que, na verdade, o equilíbrio na liderança faz todo o sentido, porque as características acabam por se complementar.
Nós temos neste momento uma feliz coincidência em todos os programas. Temos uma mulher que lidera esse mesmo programa e essa feliz coincidência também se traduz em diferentes perfis de liderança.
Eu reconheço em todas elas muitas características importantes para quem está à frente deste programa. Pragmáticas, com capacidade de resolução dos problemas, para a resiliência e aquela capacidade de análise e de dar resposta no momento adequado.
Não é sempre fácil de liderar. Tento inspirar as pessoas e tentar de alguma forma envolvê-las através do exemplo, que sempre foi a forma que eu encontrei de exercer a minha liderança. Já tenho visto alguma mudança, mais receptividade à liderança no feminino, mesmo em contextos como uma escavação ou uma obra, não é? Um mundo que é essencialmente masculino.
Continuamos com as mulheres, de facto, a terem dificuldades a cederem a cargo de direção, porque se têm filhos pequenos, é sobre elas que recai, normalmente, a grande parte do cuidado dessas crianças, ou então até hoje em dia das pessoas mais idosas. Isso faz com que, efetivamente, a progressão entre homens e mulheres na carreira, de uma forma geral, seja pouco igualitária. Se quer uma espécie de uma metáfora, eles vão pela autoestrada, elas vão por caminhos de cabras por montes e vales.
Quando eu comecei a ter funções de liderança, há 13 anos atrás, eu tinha uma equipa muito envelhecida. E, portanto, é um desafio maior, olha aqui a miúda a tentar gerir esta equipa. Eu gosto de liderar dando o exemplo e eu respeitei-os sempre muito e dei-lhes sempre espaço para a crítica e para a iniciativa.
Trabalhar na área dos fundos em Portugal acaba por exigir que nós tenhamos um conjunto de competências técnicas fortes e, no fundo, acabamos também por ter muita responsabilidade em mãos. Todas nós e todos aqueles que fazem parte das equipas têm uma forte ligação, colaboram, há uma partilha, há uma transparência. A nossa força também vem daí e a nossa liderança acaba por ser um exemplo positivo pelo facto de sermos aqui um grupo coeso de mulheres.
A liderança no feminino é algo que tem-se vindo a impor. Não é muito normal vermos esta liderança feminina a acontecer desta forma.
Talvez quando eu tenha começado a trabalhar, o maior desafio tenha sido muitas vezes ser a única mulher numa obra, por exemplo.
O mercado de trabalho é a fatia de leão da desigualdade entre homens e mulheres.
Só aos 37 anos é que eu comecei a pensar na minha carreira, porque até lá eu fui mãe nova, tenho 3 filhos.
A vida das mulheres nem sempre foi facilitada, de facto as oportunidades não eram e ainda não são exatamente iguais para homens e mulheres. Este trabalho que desenvolvemos nos EEA Grants e estas equipas com uma liderança feminina são um bom exemplo e eu diria que é importante continuarmos e contar as histórias dessas mesmas mulheres. Há 30 anos que os EEA Grants estão em Portugal. Tem sido possível apoiar um conjunto de projetos inovadores nas áreas do mar, do ambiente, da cultura, da igualdade de género, também do apoio à sociedade civil. São projetos que foram desenvolvidos de norte a sul do país, incluindo Madeira e Açores. Na área do mar, tivemos um reforço da competitividade das empresas, também um foco na investigação e no desenvolvimento de novos projetos e novos processos, e também a própria formação na área da literacia oceânica foi um dos elementos fundamentais ao longo do último mecanismo financeiro.
Todos estes produtos, ou todos estes novos desenvolvimentos, ou todos estes apoios contribuem claramente para desenvolvermos uma economia azul que dê resposta aos desafios atuais do planeta e não só, contribuem para o bem-estar das comunidades costeiras, sempre assente no conhecimento científico.
Na componente do ambiente, que também é uma componente muito importante, foi possível desenvolver projetos de descarbonização de sociedade, também de economia circular, nomeadamente aplicados ao setor da construção e ao setor dos plásticos, e houve ainda uma preocupação pela valorização dos territórios.
Conseguimos juntar e dar ferramentas a todas as reservas da biosfera existentes em Portugal. Elas funcionam numa plataforma comum, toda a gente pode aceder à informação que existe nessa plataforma. É muito importante depois pegar nestes instrumentos, nestes resultados e replicá-los. Há muitas entidades que podemos envolver no teste, na experimentação, criar aquela solução personalizada que tem impacto local muito relevante.
Na área da cultura, houve um foco grande na recuperação do património cultural, costeiro, e também, por outro lado, no desenvolvimento de projetos de artes, nomeadamente artes performativas, em territórios de baixa densidade.
A cultura tem essa capacidade de unir várias áreas, desde a coesão social, com os projetos que na área das artes se fizeram em zonas do interior, até à capacitação de mais especializadas, como por exemplo na área da conservação e da arqueologia subaquática, que é uma área muito relevante, mas que ainda tem muito pouca expressão em termos dos profissionais que trabalham nesta área.
E uma área extremamente importante, que é a área da igualdade de género, não nos podemos esquecer, deu origem a vários projetos que permitiram a conciliação entre a vida pessoal, profissional e familiar.
E, nomeadamente, conseguimos envolver em alguns projetos parceiros sociais, quer sindicais, quer patronais, o que para nós foi muito importante e foi um marco. A área da igualdade de género ainda é algo que muitas pessoas pensam isto é coisa de mulheres, o que é profundamente errado, porque a igualdade de género é para homens e para mulheres e não conseguimos ter progressão efetiva e real se não tivermos os homens também nesta equação.
Acho que, na verdade, o equilíbrio na liderança faz todo o sentido, porque as características acabam por se complementar.
Nós temos, neste momento, uma feliz coincidência. Em todos os programas, temos uma mulher que lidera esse mesmo programa e essa feliz coincidência também se traduz em diferentes perfis de liderança.
Eu reconheço em todas elas muitas características importantes para quem está à frente deste programa. Pragmáticas, com capacidade de resolução dos problemas, para a resiliência e aquela capacidade de análise e de dar resposta no momento adequado.
Não é sempre fácil de liderar. Tento inspirar as pessoas e tentar de alguma forma envolvê-las através do exemplo, que sempre foi a forma que eu encontrei de exercer a minha liderança. Já tenho visto alguma mudança, mais receptividade à liderança no feminino, mesmo em contextos como uma escavação ou uma obra, não é? Um mundo que é essencialmente masculino.
Continuamos com as mulheres, de facto, a terem dificuldades a acederem a cargos de direção, porque se têm filhos pequenos, é sobre elas que recai, normalmente, a grande parte do cuidado dessas crianças, ou então, até hoje em dia, das pessoas mais idosas. Isso faz com que, efetivamente, a progressão entre homens e mulheres na carreira, de uma forma geral, seja pouco igualitária. Se quer uma espécie de uma metáfora, eles vão pela autoestrada, elas vão por caminhos de cabras por montes e vales.
Quando eu comecei a ter funções de liderança, há 13 anos atrás, eu tinha uma equipa muito envelhecida. E, portanto, é um desafio maior, olha aqui a miúda a tentar gerir esta equipa. Eu gosto de liderar dando o exemplo e eu respeitei-os sempre muito e dei-lhes sempre espaço para a crítica e para a iniciativa.
Trabalhar na área dos fundos em Portugal acaba por exigir que nós tenhamos um conjunto de competências técnicas fortes e, no fundo, acabamos também por ter muita responsabilidade em mãos. Todas nós e todos aqueles que fazem parte das equipas têm uma forte ligação, colaboram, há uma partilha, há uma transparência. A nossa força também vem daí e a nossa liderança acaba por ser um exemplo positivo pelo facto de sermos aqui um grupo coeso de mulheres.
Good. Yes.
A liderança no feminino é algo que tem-se vindo a impor. Não é muito normal vermos esta liderança feminina a acontecer desta forma.
Talvez quando eu tenha começado a trabalhar, o maior desafio tenha sido muitas vezes ser a única mulher numa obra, por exemplo.
O mercado de trabalho é a fatia de leão da desigualdade entre homens e mulheres.
Só aos 37 anos é que eu comecei a pensar na minha carreira, porque até lá eu fui mãe nova, tenho 3 filhos.
A vida das mulheres nem sempre foi facilitada, de facto as oportunidades não eram e ainda não são exatamente iguais para homens e mulheres. Este trabalho que desenvolvemos nos EEA Grants e estas equipas com uma liderança feminina são um bom exemplo e eu diria que é importante continuarmos e contar as histórias dessas mesmas mulheres. Há 30 anos que os EEA Grants estão em Portugal. Tem sido possível apoiar um conjunto de projetos inovadores nas áreas do mar, do ambiente, da cultura, da igualdade de género, também do apoio à sociedade civil. São projetos que foram desenvolvidos de norte a sul do país, incluindo Madeira e Açores. Na área do mar, tivemos um reforço da competitividade das empresas, também um foco na investigação e no desenvolvimento de novos projetos e novos processos e também a própria formação na área da literacia oceânica foi um dos elementos fundamentais ao longo do último mecanismo financeiro.
Todos estes produtos, ou todos estes novos desenvolvimentos, ou todos estes apoios contribuem claramente para desenvolvermos uma economia azul que dê resposta aos desafios atuais do planeta e não só, contribuem para o bem-estar das comunidades costeiras, sempre assente no conhecimento científico.
Na componente do ambiente, que também é uma componente muito importante, foi possível desenvolver projetos de descarbonização de sociedade, também de economia circular, nomeadamente aplicados ao setor da construção e ao setor dos plásticos, e houve ainda uma preocupação pela valorização dos territórios.
Conseguimos juntar e dar ferramentas a todas as reservas da biosfera existentes em Portugal. Elas funcionam numa plataforma comum, toda a gente pode aceder à informação que existe nessa plataforma. É muito importante depois pegar nestes instrumentos, nestes resultados e replicá-los. Há muitas entidades que podemos envolver no teste, na experimentação, criar aquela solução personalizada que tem impacto local muito relevante.
Na área da cultura, houve um foco grande na recuperação do património cultural costeiro e também, por outro lado, no desenvolvimento de projetos de artes, nomeadamente artes performativas, em territórios de baixa densidade.
A cultura tem essa capacidade de unir várias áreas, desde a coesão social, com os projetos que na área das artes se fizeram em zonas do interior, até à capacitação de mais especializadas, como por exemplo na área da conservação e da arqueologia subaquática, que é uma área muito relevante, mas que ainda tem muito pouca expressão em termos dos profissionais que trabalham nesta área.
E uma área extremamente importante, que é a área da igualdade de género, não nos podemos esquecer, deu origem a vários projetos que permitiram a conciliação entre a vida pessoal, profissional e familiar.
E, nomeadamente, conseguimos envolver em alguns projetos parceiros sociais, quer sindicais, quer patronais, o que para nós foi muito importante e foi um marco. A área da igualdade de género ainda é algo que muitas pessoas pensam isto é coisa de mulheres, o que é profundamente errado, porque a igualdade de género é para homens e para mulheres e não conseguimos ter progressão efetiva e real se não tivermos os homens também nesta equação.
Acho que, na verdade, o equilíbrio na liderança faz todo o sentido, porque as características acabam por se complementar.
Nós temos, neste momento, uma feliz coincidência em todos os programas. temos uma mulher que lidera esse mesmo programa e essa feliz coincidência também se traduz em diferentes perfis de liderança.
Eu reconheço em todas elas muitas características importantes para quem está à frente deste programa. Pragmáticas, com capacidade de resolução dos problemas, para a resiliência e aquela capacidade de análise e de dar resposta no momento adequado.
Não é sempre fácil de liderar. Tento inspirar as pessoas e tentar de alguma forma envolvê-las através do exemplo, que sempre foi a forma que eu encontrei de exercer a minha liderança. Já tenho visto alguma mudança, mais receptividade à liderança no feminino, mesmo em contextos como uma escavação ou uma obra, não é? Um mundo que é essencialmente masculino.
Continuamos com as mulheres, de facto, a terem dificuldades a acederem a cargos de direção, porque se têm filhos pequenos, é sobre elas que recai, normalmente, a grande parte do cuidado dessas crianças, ou então até hoje em dia das pessoas mais idosas. Isso faz com que, efetivamente, a progressão entre homens e mulheres na carreira, de uma forma geral, seja pouco igualitária. Se quer uma espécie de uma metáfora, eles vão pela autoestrada, elas vão por caminhos de cabras por montes e vales.
Quando eu comecei a ter funções de liderança, há 13 anos atrás, eu tinha uma equipa muito envelhecida. E, portanto, é um desafio maior, olha aqui a miúda a tentar gerir esta equipa. Eu gosto de liderar dando o exemplo e eu respeitei-os sempre muito e dei-lhes sempre espaço para a crítica e para a iniciativa.
Trabalhar na área dos fundos em Portugal acaba por exigir que nós tenhamos um conjunto de competências técnicas fortes e, no fundo, acabamos também por ter muita responsabilidade em mãos. Todas nós e todos aqueles que fazem parte das equipas têm uma forte ligação, colaboram, há uma partilha, há uma transparência. A nossa força também vem daí e a nossa liderança acaba por ser um exemplo positivo pelo facto de sermos aqui um grupo coeso de mulheres.
A liderança no feminino é algo que tem-se vindo a impor. Não é muito normal vermos esta liderança feminina a acontecer desta forma.
Talvez quando eu tenha começado a trabalhar, o maior desafio tenha sido muitas vezes ser a única mulher numa obra, por exemplo.
O mercado de trabalho é a fatia de leão da desigualdade entre homens e mulheres.
Só aos 37 anos é que eu comecei a pensar na minha carreira, porque até lá eu fui mãe nova, tenho 3 filhos.
A vida das mulheres nem sempre foi facilitada, de facto as oportunidades não eram e ainda não são exatamente iguais para homens e mulheres. Este trabalho que desenvolvemos nos EEA Grants e estas equipas com uma liderança feminina são um bom exemplo e eu diria que é importante continuarmos e contar as histórias dessas mesmas mulheres. Há 30 anos que os EEA Grants estão em Portugal. Tem sido possível apoiar um conjunto de projetos inovadores nas áreas do mar, do ambiente, da cultura, da igualdade de género, também do apoio à sociedade civil. São projetos que foram desenvolvidos de norte a sul do país, incluindo Madeira e Açores. Na área do mar, tivemos um reforço da competitividade das empresas, também um foco na investigação e no desenvolvimento de novos projetos e novos processos e também a própria formação na área da literacia oceânica foi um dos elementos fundamentais ao longo do último mecanismo financeiro.
Todos estes produtos, ou todos estes novos desenvolvimentos, ou todos estes apoios contribuem claramente para desenvolvermos uma economia azul que dê resposta aos desafios atuais do planeta e não só, contribuem para o bem-estar das comunidades costeiras, sempre assente no conhecimento científico.
Na componente do ambiente, que também é uma componente muito importante, foi possível desenvolver projetos de descarbonização de sociedade, também de economia circular, nomeadamente aplicados ao setor da construção e ao setor dos plásticos, e houve ainda uma preocupação pela valorização dos territórios.
conseguimos juntar e dar ferramentas a todas as reservas da biosfera existentes em Portugal. Elas funcionam numa plataforma comum, toda a gente pode aceder à informação que existe nessa plataforma. É muito importante depois pegar nestes instrumentos, nestes resultados e replicá-los. Há muitas entidades que podemos envolver no teste, na experimentação, criar aquela solução personalizada que tem impacto local muito relevante.
Na área da cultura, houve um foco grande na recuperação do património cultural, costeiro, e também, por outro lado, no desenvolvimento de projetos de artes, nomeadamente artes performativas, em territórios de baixa densidade.
A cultura tem essa capacidade de unir várias áreas, desde a coesão social, com os projetos que na área das artes se fizeram em zonas do interior, até à capacitação de mais especializadas, como por exemplo na área da conservação e da arqueologia subaquática, que é uma área muito relevante, mas que ainda tem muito pouca expressão em termos dos profissionais que trabalham nesta área.
E uma área extremamente importante, que é a área da igualdade de género, não nos podemos esquecer, deu origem a vários projetos que permitiram a conciliação entre a vida pessoal, profissional e familiar.
E, nomeadamente, conseguimos envolver em alguns projetos parceiros sociais, quer sindicais, quer patronais, o que para nós foi muito importante e foi um marco. A área da igualdade de género ainda é algo que muitas pessoas pensam isto é coisa de mulheres, o que é profundamente errado, porque a igualdade de género é para homens e para mulheres e não conseguimos ter progressão efetiva e real se não tivermos os homens também nesta equação.
Acho que, na verdade, o equilíbrio na liderança faz todo o sentido, porque as características acabam por se complementar.
Nós temos, neste momento, uma feliz coincidência. Em todos os programas, temos uma mulher que lidera esse mesmo programa e essa feliz coincidência também se traduz em diferentes perfis de liderança.
Eu reconheço em todas elas muitas características importantes para quem está à frente deste programa. Pragmáticas, com capacidade de resolução dos problemas, para a resiliência e aquela capacidade de análise e de dar resposta no momento adequado.
Não é sempre fácil de liderar. Tento inspirar as pessoas e tentar de alguma forma envolvê-las através do exemplo, que sempre foi a forma que eu encontrei de exercer a minha liderança. Já tenho visto alguma mudança, mais receptividade à liderança no feminino, mesmo em contextos como uma escavação ou uma obra, não é? Um mundo que é essencialmente masculino.
Continuamos com as mulheres, de facto, a terem dificuldades a acederem a cargos de direção, porque se têm filhos pequenos, é sobre elas que recai, normalmente, a grande parte do cuidado dessas crianças, ou então, até hoje em dia, das pessoas mais idosas. Isso faz com que, efetivamente, a progressão entre homens e mulheres na carreira, de uma forma geral, seja pouco igualitária. Se quer uma espécie de uma metáfora, eles vão pela autoestrada, elas vão por caminhos de cabras por montes e vales.
Quando eu comecei a ter funções de liderança, há 13 anos atrás, eu tinha uma equipa muito envelhecida. E, portanto, é um desafio maior, olha aqui a miúda a tentar gerir esta equipa. Eu gosto de liderar dando o exemplo e eu respeitei-os sempre muito e dei-lhes sempre espaço para a crítica e para a iniciativa.
Trabalhar na área dos fundos em Portugal acaba por exigir que nós tenhamos um conjunto de competências técnicas fortes e, no fundo, acabamos também por ter muita responsabilidade em mãos. Todas nós e todos aqueles que fazem parte das equipas têm uma forte ligação, colaboram, há uma partilha, há uma transparência. A nossa força também vem daí e a nossa liderança acaba por ser um exemplo positivo pelo facto de sermos aqui um grupo coeso de mulheres.
forskjellige regler og forståelser på de ulike landene og sånn, så er det krevende. Ja, det er liksom sånn der, gjør det, og så tar det, og sånn, og så, ja.
I see the coffee as words. It's magic. We are now more awake, which is good. Welcome to the second part. And now we have a panel that will, the last panel focused on experiences and expectations of the donor program partners. And now we have some people to call to the floor to speak about what's coming ahead. And I'll try not to say the names terribly, but I am sure I will fail in this, but I'll try. From Innovation Norway, Ranveig Gimse. That's very good. That was very good? Okay. Now I'm getting confident it will get worse. From Research Council of Norway, Tor Ivar Haikush.
Perfect.
From Norwegian Directorate of Higher Education and Skills, Margunn Gjestefjord. Close enough? Istefjord. Yeah. Istefjord. From Norwegian Directorate for Cultural Heritage, Vegard Bergard. Bergard?
Yeah, it's good, it's good.
From Arts and Culture Norway, Erika Bertelsen.
Perfect.
Okay. From Icelandic Center for Research, Andres Pettersson.
Perfect.
Ah, thank you. And to moderate this panel, we call João Talha. That was good. EEA Grants and Economics Relations from the Royal Norwegian Embassy in Lisbon. Thank you all.
Thank you. Thank you. Good morning. Good morning to all my dear colleagues and friends. It's a pleasure to be here with you today in this launch of the new cycle of the EEA Grants funding period. This is a special period for many reasons. One of them has been highlighted through the morning, that we have perhaps a record number of donor program partners involved. 10, if I counted correctly, plus the Council of Europe, so 11 entities that will be partners with the Portuguese program operators in this period. And so we wanted to bring them all on stage and ask them about their perspectives, lessons of experience, things to share with us in this crucial moment that is the start of the new funding cycle. And so, thinking of this program, we kind of divided them into two groups. So until lunch, we'll be discussing, let's call it the veterans. So the institutions that were involved already, at least in the previous financial mechanism. And so they will bring us, on one hand, their words of experience of working with Portugal, and also their perspectives for this new period. So what's new? What will we achieve or expect to achieve now? What are our goals and ambitions for this period? And in the afternoon, we'll talk with my colleague Magna. Will moderate the new panel with the newcomers, so to say. So I thank you all for sharing the stage with me. We have Ranveig Gimse, which is Senior Advisor and Program Director for Romania and Bulgaria at Innovation Norway. And Innovation Norway has been DPP. For the ones that are new to the EEA grants, we have our own jargon, and so DPP is the Donor Program Partner. So they've been DPP to the Blue Growth Program, and they also worked with the Environment Program in the previous financial mechanism, and will continue to to work with Blue Growth on this new funding cycle. Tori Varaikas, responsible for international cooperation at the Research Council of Norway, who was also DPP previously with Blue Growth and will continue. And the same for the Norwegian Directorate for Higher Education and Skills. Margun is here representing it. And Vegard from Riksantikvaren, so the Heritage Institute in Norway, and Erika Bertelsen, also Senior Advisor at Arts and Culture Norway, that have been program operators for the culture program, sorry, DPPs for the culture program. And then we have Andres Pettersen from RANIS. So RANIS is the Icelandic Center for Research. They've been DPPs for the Blue Growth program, will continue to be so, and now even have a reinforced commitment in this new cycle, as they will also be DPPs for the culture program. And so I will start by a question that is more or less the same question to you all. And it's considered that your entity has been working with the EEA grants in Portugal for at least the past decade. Could you briefly comment on the importance of the bilateral results of your partnership, both for you for your institution as a DPP working with the Portuguese program operators, but also for the donor project partners working with Portuguese project promoters? So we could start with Ranveig, perspective of Innovation Norway, please.
Yes, thank you. Very glad to have the chance to talk about it, because Innovation Norway has, yes, we feel a very close relationship to Portugal. We are very happy to be here again, even though we have been downscaled from being DPP in 2 programs to 1. We are looking forward to continuing with the Blue Growth program. Innovation Norway is Norway's agency for business development, innovation, green and digital transition of private enterprises in Norway. And for us, to start with why this is important for us, the cooperation with Portugal is an important tool for the internationalization of Norwegian businesses. And when you simply look at a map of Europe and you see Norway with its coastline and then Portugal, you see how we have a lot in common, as the ambassadors and others often point out. I think not just geographically kind of on the edge of Europe, but also just the sea, the history, seafaring, exploration, the food, and the kind of identity. So I believe, and I think we see that there's a high interest in the Norwegian companies for cooperation with Portugal, and that the cooperation that takes place is kind of real. Each partner can contribute with something and benefit with something. And for us then it's important to go abroad. We're a small country, you need to do that to scale, and scaling is important now. And we also hope that cooperation can be scaled up in bigger projects, for example, EU programs or just business cooperation in the market.
Yeah.
Probably too long.
Could you give no. Quite the contrary. Could you give us perhaps some example of the importance for project promoters in the past? For instance, with the predefined projects, big projects. We know there are some. Could you give us some examples to share, or for the project perspective, the project partner perspective, for example?
It's always the most difficult question you get when you work with 12 countries to come up with examples. In Portugal, the feedback from Norwegian partners is good. Innovation Norway overall would like to see some changes. Maybe we'll come back to that later.
Yes.
But of course, there are good examples nonetheless, and it's often. The project we have seen is that Norwegian knowledge has been employed in Portugal to develop a product or a pilot, often in bioeconomy, for example, by a business in Portugal. So it's kind of been research institute business cooperation largely, which is good, of course. But
okay, thank you. I would pass to Tor Ivar the same question. Importance of the bilateral results of your partnership with the DGPM, with the Blue Growth program in the past.
Yeah, thank you. I think it has to be said at the start that the previous program was a success. And of course, bilateral success is rooted in shared priorities, shared mutual understanding, and as Ranveig was saying, we have the same coast, and that means that it fosters collaboration in the areas blue growth, climate resilience, and ocean research. So this is really a good foundation for bringing the good products to life and to the markets for some of them. And during this process, the Research Council have gained a lot of insight and deep insight in how Portugal is and the understanding of the institutions, the policy dynamics, and the research focus. And that, of course, helped us build a partnership that is only one of a kind, but it's a strategic and sustainable partnership. And that is important for many reasons. And our long-standing collaboration with the Portuguese agencies, in particular DGPM and FCT, has also been built on this trust and shared goals. And we are well aligned, and we all both advise ministries on the same topics. That gives us a good baseline for developing good programs and good calls that are really beneficial for the society. And I would like to highlight also that we especially welcome FCT as a program partner in EEA Grants, because we have a MOU that dates back from 2015, and despite we understand this institutional restructuring, their expertise will be essential because we also would like to see how this program connects to Horizon Europe, and they have a good expertise and experience in that. And this relationship will enable us to co-develop programs that are not only aligned on a strategic level, but also operational effective. And that is very important, that we have programs that are really effective in the actual implementation. And from the perspective of donor project partners, we have seen a strong interest for research-driven projects and research-based cooperation. In the 2020 call for bilateral research program, we had more than 63 eligible applications for the Blue Growth program, and only 6 being funded because the amount of resources available, not because of excellence, because we had a lot of excellent proposals that would not reach the threshold for being funded. So that means there is a clearly untapped potential for more research-driven innovation from this part of the program. And while the past funding often prioritized research infrastructure, we think there is a growing demand for more collaborative research projects. And in our dialogue with partners in Norway, being universities or research institutions, there is really an interest, and they are eager to jump on to what is now coming.
Mm-hmm. Thank you, Tor Ivar. I would then pass the word to Margunn. Again, the same comments. Importance of the bilateral results of your partnership, both for HKDIR and for the entities that have been involved.
Yeah, sorry, I suspected you would ask me that, so I prepared some speaking points. Well, we have been involved since 2014, and over time we've seen partnerships evolve and between Portugal and Norway develop into long-term collaborations, connecting people, institutions, and ideas also beyond the actual funding period, which is great to see. But it is important to remember that this did not just happen by coincidence without a clear strategy and objectives in the program. So that I would like to give credit to the DGPM about that. But this means a continuous identification of skills gaps and areas of mutual interest, such as better integration of blue skills training into vocational education and higher education, and targeting targeted upskilling and reskilling programs. Also, a closer collaboration between industry and the education system to align curricula with industry needs is essential, and targeted awareness efforts related to ocean literacy. We have, reached out to the Norwegian partners involved in the previous mechanism, schools, vet providers, and universities, and they report that participating in EEA project has given them new perspectives on their own work and access to attractive networks in Europe. Also, when used strategically, the EEA Norway grants have helped them improve quality in their own education and training, and to build capacity to develop their international cooperation, which this is exactly what we want to see. And also now we have a great task in communicating this added value, in the next generation. However, because there is a need to build down the barriers for bilateral cooperation. We need to make the administrative setup and framework around the financial aspects and keep the application and reporting as simple as possible. And we need to strengthen the alignment with Erasmus Plus to make sure that the beneficiaries build capacity on European cooperation, and will be able to actively also seek funding from other funding sources. I believe, from the talks we have had so far, I believe that this is something that we will succeed with there. The new program, as the previous, is geared towards something our two countries share, our relation to and dependence of the sea. Norway has strategically integrated education and research with technological innovation in recent decades to advance the blue economy. This has been accomplished through robust collaboration among academia, industry, and government. We sincerely believe that EEA Norway grants can serve as an important catalyst for innovation, strengthening education and training, and preparing students effectively for current and future industry challenges, despite its modest size compared to other European funding. Furthermore, international collaboration can be used to promote gender equality within the maritime sector. Advancing gender equality requires sustained effort, a shift in attitudes, and increased awareness across educational institutions. This is a challenge we have in common, and a lot remains to be done, both in Norway and in Portugal. And also for us, the Directorate, working closely with program operators, as we do within the grants, is unique. The way we get to collaborate and work together to develop these programs, but it's also rewarding. It allows us to learn from each other, to compare policy approaches, and to strengthen mutual understanding of how education can support inclusion, innovation, and sustainable development in the blue economy. And it forces us to look at our own education system with fresh eyes. And just to sum up, our ambition is to see as many good and relevant Norwegian partners involved in the Blue Growth program as possible, and we are at this stage very optimistic. It is a very relevant thematic priority. We have a lot in common with Portugal, and to achieve this, it is essential that we already from the very beginning of the program development are able to accommodate for bilateral cooperation. So we don't, close any doors at this stage. Thank you.
Thank you, Margot. I think you brought to the discussion two very important things. One is the red tape parts of how how could be difficult to assess the funds from parts of the project partners also in the donor countries. So I think there's been a strong effort in this new period for simplification, so we hope it will be also enforced by the new programs, and hopefully it will be easier also for the donor project partners to be involved and assess the funds. And another is this, mostly for those that are new to the EEA grants in the room, this originality of the co-construction and co-management, the partnership approach that is underlying all the programs here. So the partnership between the donor countries and the entities in the beneficiary countries. So we would move on to the culture. I think you know the question already. So
I think so. Yeah.
Bilateral interest for Riksantikk Varen and project partners from Norway.
Yes. For us, I think coastal heritage is key. That has been the focus in this last program, and it will be the focus in the new one. And that is kind of contrary to our normal priority, which is focusing on the regions with the most needs for development, which is generally not the coast in Portugal. But here, I think the potential benefits in terms of bilateral cooperation is just simply too great not to work with coastal heritage, because we have so much in common. And well, that has made bilateral matchmaking and so on so much easier to work with coastal heritage in Portugal. And we've had, well, sorry, I wanted to mention also that, of course, there are great needs along the coast as well. Coastal communities, fisheries, etc. experience great challenges from touristification, development, etc. So there are great needs there as well. There's more than enough to work with. Yeah, but we have had, I think, good results on many levels. For the project partners, we've had maritime museums trying out new technology for underwater heritage together. I think the cultural heritage field is a field where we very much meet on an equal footing. It's not Norwegian experts coming to Portugal with this superior knowledge about anything. We're very much on the same level. Of course, there is generally more money in the system in Norway, but that's not necessarily the case at the local level. You know, so we very much meet at an equal footing. So for the maritime centers that work with ship preservation, all of them, both in Portugal and Norway, depend a lot on volunteers and so on. And we have the exact same challenges when it comes to safeguarding the craftsmanship needed to take care of these ships and boats. And the same challenges, well, with attracting younger people.
Yes.
Actually, in these projects, there are some ships and boats that have been going back and forth. They have been working on Portuguese boats in Norway and vice versa. Don't ask me about the details. I haven't really figured that out yet. But yeah, for us as a director at Riksantikk, and we have been learning a lot on the more strategic level. We see that on climate change and heritage.
Yes.
Our sister organization, Patrimonio Cultural, knows a lot more about coastal erosion, for example, and have come much further in, for example, how to manage loss of cultural heritage. We are not there yet. And although we have a very long coast, both of our countries, the coasts are quite different. So, yeah. In other ways, we are learning a lot from each other every time we meet. And when we go back, we have a long list of things that we want to do better back home. I want to also mention that in this program, I think we've been talking a lot about the future, more than usual. Of course, we spend a lot of time talking about details in shipbuilding techniques and materials and all that. And of course, Norwegians coming to Portugal and we hear about Roman fish sauce factories. Then you really have our attention. And when you mention Neanderthals, we're like, oh, we don't have that. But even with all those rabbit holes, which I think you can imagine, it's been very forward-looking, looking at towards the future, how to really make cultural heritage into an asset for creating resilient local communities. And yeah.
Yes, thank
So
you. Also from the culture, but from another perspective, from the arts perspective, Erika, please.
Thank you, and thank you for having me, even though after three years I still cannot pronounce any Portuguese word right. I'm sorry. For us, it's like has been said from other DPPs, but I think the arts program has been a huge success, and we would love it to be twice as big in the euro amount, but we'll happily work with what we have. And as I've said before, it's the best of the eight programs that we're working on. I'm saying this only in this room. Don't let it get out. But we actually use it as a best practice example towards several of the countries that we work with. And it has been used as an inspiration towards new programs, actually, in this coming mechanism. So we're very proud of working on this and the results. I have to say it's been an amazing program, contributing to local and regional development, arts mobility, and audience development, and involving hundreds of artists and cultural workers, not only here but also in Norway, reaching 100,000 people all over Portugal. So it's fantastic. In addition to this, more than 5,000 local residents in low-density territories were empowered by participating in arts projects. So I'm very proud working on this program, and you should all be proud for these results. And it's proof that cultural diplomacy is working, and arts and culture can actually make a difference. So this is despite my language disabilities, I would say. The collaboration with DG Arts has been fruitful and successful. And as for the partnerships on the program level, has also been super rewarding through the call Connecting Dots. 9 fantastic projects has been implemented. And making an impact, as I said, not only in Portugal, but also for the players in the cultural sector in Norway. Yeah.
Thank you. Very, very interesting. I'll now pass the floor to Andres, the Icelandic representative. So a different perspective, but same question: how has this been important for the bilateral results of your partnership with the GPM and under the Blue Growth program?
Yeah, thank you, Joao. Thank you, and also, I can really say all the things that my Norwegian colleagues have told about the success. But I would like to take a little side step, or because, well, as most of you know, then my ancestors came from Norway, so I was a Norwegian about 1100 years ago. The Norwegians have not understood why we left. But they kind of look at us as the strange uncle that left. They are fond of us. They look at themselves as the big brother, and it's very good because we are really dependent on the Norwegians. It's really important that we, as a small country and a small DPP, can rely on the expertise that we get from our Norwegian colleagues. So we are very happy with that, and the relationship has worked out really well, and I hope it will continue in that way. But being said, talking about Portugal, that has also been really a very pleasurable experience. We have worked with Maria and her staff at the National Focal Point. It's been very important for us to get information and get the connections. And also with Marisa and her staff at the Director General of Maritime Policy, it has been very important for us to have this good relationship. And I was just looking at there are about 30 projects with Icelandic participants which were in the last period. But I would like to look at it in a broader perspective, because I'm not saying it's just because of the EEA grants, but the relationship between Portugal and Iceland has been growing really enormously in the last, for example, 10 years. Import and export has more than doubled in these last 10 years, even though it's not really, we are definitely not a big trading partner with Portugal, but still, it shows that the relationship has and I think partly due to this, that both import companies and export companies are benefiting from this more relationship. And it's not only, trade in goods, it's also human capital. In 2016, there were just around 1,100 Portuguese living in Iceland. Today, almost 2,000. So that's just under 2% of the total population of foreign nationals in Iceland. So the Portuguese experts and people who are working there have a very good reputation. So they are well thought of and have adjusted well. So that is really good. But we have it also the other way around. In 2016, there were about 500 Icelanders living in Portugal. Today, there are over 1,300 Icelanders living here. I'm not sure what all of them do, but at least I know my brother and my sister-in-law are living down in Faro and enjoying their pensionate time there with sun and calling us in Iceland saying, "How's the weather in Iceland now?" And I said, "Shut up your face." So it is, and like I say, it's been really a good 10 years. And of course, we have a larger, relations before that. The only tension between Iceland and Portugal that I remember was in 2016. What happened in 2016? Football. Do we have any football fans around here? Well, who was the champion, European champion in 2016? Portugal, campeone. Bravo. But do you remember the game Iceland-Portugal? What was the score? 1-1. And your great footballer, Ronaldo, he was not very happy. He was not very happy, Yeah, he told the media that Iceland played shitty football. And he became overnight the most unpopular Portuguese in Iceland ever. But only for 2 or 3 days. Then he is one of the best. So I think overall, good 10 years.
Thank you, Andres. Thank you, and thank you for bringing this important question of the impact on trade, and for being so polite not to bring up the issue of who has the best cod, Norway or Iceland.
That was the second question.
It's for the second round. So on the second round, I have more specific questions for each of you, more divided by the programs. And I will start again by Ranveig and Innovation Norway. And so this second round is all about looking forward and your expectations for this new period. So what are your expectations from Innovation Norway in terms of the potential contribution of this new Blue Growth program that is currently, as we speak, it is being designed by you and the Portuguese partners? What is the potential contribution for the advancement of business innovation and bilateral relations in the context of the blue economy?
Good question. The contribution, I mean, we have very high expectations from this program, and we think we have every reason to do so because of the success that has been in the previous Blue Growth program. The results were outlined by Marisa in the first panel, very well, I thought. And to build on those results is an excellent place to start. And also, Marisa, you mentioned that you would hope for even more impact. So we will totally agree with that. Simply because, obviously, when you have cooperated so successfully on a program, you just need to be even more ambitious to build on it the next time around. So I thought about what we expected in terms of cooperation, and we expect many high-quality bilateral partnerships in the projects. Between Portugal and Norway, and also good bilateral activities. Because especially in the previous period in Portugal, I mean, it's an excellent place to work, and yeah, we look forward to the next panel. But I can tell them that it's a very fun country to work with for many reasons, but also because we get to cooperate with the Directorate General for Maritime Policy, of course, and also with the National Focal Point with the Norwegian Embassy. We have, in the past period, organized some really good bilateral activities, which you know very well, João. Yeah. We did it very much in cooperation, and we also had great help from the Embassy of Portugal in Oslo, from Innovation Norway's office in Madrid, that also covers Portugal. And somehow we managed to work very well together. We chose to do bilateral activities in areas, I mean, strategic bilateral activities in areas of common interest and priority. So examples can be of bilateral activity were a series of activities on ports modernization and the bilateral funds as well. There were activities related to offshore wind. There were several activities, promoting the maritime technologies, automatization, digitalization, and other activities ranging from bioeconomy, blue bioeconomy, to circular economy or renewable energy, alternative fuels. So when Innovation Norway saw the first proposal for this new program, we were very happy to see that our Portuguese partners agree with us, that these activities kind of show that there's a potential and interest in cooperation. They connected partners in specific areas, and just connecting Norwegian and Portuguese businesses created contracts, MOUs, and kind of new memberships in joint networks in the areas concerned. So we believe that there's a lot to build on there. And I wanted to say one more thing. Let's see. So yes, our expectation is that we think that the program, just as it stands now, it's the first or second draft of the concept note, is very promising on blue growth. So we are convinced, and we will contribute to making the most impact on bilateral cooperation. We also believe that bilateral cooperation is good for innovation. for the aim of our area in the program. There our hope is to see more cooperation on the development of solutions or technologies that are closer to the market.
Yes.
And that's what I mentioned earlier as well.
Mm-hmm.
So we hope to see businesses in Portugal work cooperating with businesses in Norway. Businesses are the main target group of Innovation Norway. Using the knowledge, pool their knowledge, their ideas, and then go very fast towards the development, but also towards, develop it all the way up to commercialization in the market. And we know that, this business cooperation is good for both sides. It has mutual benefits very often. It opens up new markets. But it's also something we believe that is needed, not just to, the program area on green business and innovation has a double aim of contributing to the green and to growth. So it's good for business, good for the environment slogan.
Yes.
And if you, we also feel like that's very much in line with the policies in the EU, in Norway, in Portugal. Hopefully, the program and the cooperation can contribute to the challenges that we see. And the reason for going closer to the market is that, the challenges require not the solutions that cannot only be research and new knowledge.
Yeah.
That research and new knowledge needs to be taken to be used, put in use, to be made available in the market, and then to be scaled up in order for it to have an impact on growth and on the green transition.
Thank you, Hanvaid. And that's a good cue to the Research Council,
yes.
Because that's the other component, one of the other components of the Blue Growth program. So, Torivar, more or less the same question. What are your prospects regarding the role of the program for the development of research and bilateral relations in the context of ocean science, which is a broader theme that the program is working on?
Yeah, first of all, of course, building on the excellent results we have had and feeding into what Innovation Norway just said. So, of course, we would like to see more of the results moving from the lab and further down the TRL scale. But if I should sort of highlight a few things that we would like to see, how can these EA grants be a stepping stone to other areas? And we hope that this new program will actively align bilateral efforts with more broader European and international frameworks. And in particular, the UN Decade of Ocean Science for Sustainable Development, which will run still another 5 years, but we are in the middle of it, so there is still room to sort of team up with that and provide valuable input from these combined efforts from Portugal and the donor partner countries. Second, the EU missions for Restore Our Ocean and Waters. That is an important part, tool, both from Norwegian researchers, being from universities and institutes, but also from more businesses. And the same is from Portugal. And I think there we can have quite a number of joint efforts that could contribute to this tool. And third is the upcoming International Polar Year. It runs only from 2032. So we have, but if you look at the timescale, what is going on till you have the Polar Year, there is a lot of activities, milestones, and results being produced. And we believe that this program can contribute to that as well. And another part is very important, and that is the stepping stone towards Horizon Europe. We see that there's a lot of partnership between Norwegian partners and Portuguese partners, and we would like to see even more, because together we are quite strong in competing at the EU level at that stage. But then it's also important that the program is not more difficult to succeed in than it is in Horizon Europe, because then we will not attract the best researchers and the best institutions, and we need to attract the best ones. So we need to balance sort of how difficult it is to receive funding also in this program. Another element is kind of a new buzzword that we see in Brussels bubble these years, and that is valorization. It's a tricky word, but basically it means value for society. And value for society is very important. We need to, and the way the Commission is interpreting this is that it includes exploitation and economic value, but it's beyond that as well. It's value for the society at whole. And that is something that we really need to address in the calls, that we see that we produce something that has a value for society at large. And two more very specific elements is that the administrative simplification that you mentioned, that is of course important, and is also linked to the threshold for the researchers to apply for this scheme compared to Horizon Europe. If they believe that or understand that the rules are more difficult in this program, then it will be more difficult to attract the best one again. And of course we have the time factor. The research needs time to do their research, and we have some specific cut-ups, so we need to speed up and get going as soon as possible.
Good point, good point. Margun, we know that this new funding period may emphasize a stronger concentration of resources into fewer but larger and more ambitious projects. And this is in line, in the case of the Blue Growth program, with the recommendations of the program evaluation. So in your view, how could this approach help increase the overall impact within Blue Growth? And would this shift also be beneficial when it comes to ocean literacy, an area that in the past has supported a large array of smaller projects?
Again, a very good question. No, we do support the shift towards bigger and more ambitious projects that can provide more overall or, more systemic change, if you want. Changes the whole education sector can benefit from. We need to make sure that the projects increase impact at their level, but also that we see a change in the education system's ability to provide industry and society with the skills needed for the future in this sector. So we believe larger projects will have greater impact, both in terms of results, but also in terms of visibilities and prestige. And it will allow substantial participation from bilateral partners. This will again make the grants more attractive to them. I think we need to acknowledge feedback from our project partners that it takes time to develop a strong partnership which can deliver strong results also beyond the funding period, as mentioned earlier. This would be easier to facilitate in bigger projects. However, when it comes to ocean literacy, small projects have so far played an important role in building awareness, engaging schools and communities, and inspiring young people. But it has also been a challenge to engage international partners in these projects. Funding many small projects can also result in a fragmented effort without a clear strategic coherence. That's a risk. And not to forget the administrative setup for a small project is not necessarily simpler than for big projects. Ocean literacy is a key element of sustainable development and essential to develop the understanding of how the ocean affects us and how we affect the ocean. It encompasses knowledge about marine ecosystems, climate, resources, and sustainable management. It equips individuals with the skills and insight needed to make informed decisions about the ocean, whether in policymaking, industry, or everyday life. So ocean literacy is essential at all levels of education to ensure a knowledgeable population capable of contributing to the sustainable management of the ocean in primary and secondary education to build basic knowledge and inspire responsible ocean behavior, and in addition to inspire those who could be interested in pursuing a career within the blue economy at a later stage, in vocational education and training to equip future blue economy workers with both technical and sustainability skills needed to fill the needs of the industries, in higher education to provide the society with a better qualified workforce and accommodate for innovation in ocean management and policy development, and not to forget in lifelong learning and further education to ensure continuous adaptation to new technologies and environmental challenges. So yes, we believe that this also would be an appropriate measure and move and beneficial when it comes to ocean literacy and how this will be addressed in the new program.
Thank you, Margaret. Let's go to culture. Vegard, this brings back a bit questions that Anna Catarina mentioned before. You also mentioned it briefly earlier. We know that the 2014-21 culture program invested in the sharing of knowledge between the program operator, the partner, the DPP. And how do you expect that this will translate positively into the implementation of and results of this new culture program?
Yes, you're right. We had quite intense cooperation towards the end of the last period, so we know each other much better now. And I think that we had great results from the last program, but to a certain extent we learned about these great results at a quite late stage because of COVID, because of to some extent late implementation, changes of staff on both sides. But now we have, I would say, very good teams on both sides that know each other well, and I think we should aim for making more out of that cooperation. More sharing of knowledge, a deeper cooperation and continuous learning throughout the mechanism, and we should look at ways to do that, because getting to know each other, or having gotten to know each other, we know how much we have to gain from this. Also, it's not a great amount of money, relatively speaking, so there won't be that many projects. So I think one of the main benefits could be the learning that we get from the projects. I don't think there will be pilot projects per se, but an important part will be what we learn from them and what can we bring to other funding schemes, etc. Also, in Norway now we have a new national strategy on coastal heritage, so the topic that we're working on is even more relevant than it was, and this strategy fits very well with the aims of the grants. So we are quite eager, and I have a colleague who's leading the work with this strategy, who used to work with this Sintra project in almost prehistoric times in terms of the grants. Yeah. So we have we're quite eager. I have to mention also that we very much appreciate that Patrimonio Cultural wants to work more deeply on climate change, because that has been very high on the agenda for us for a long time, and it was supposed to be very high on the agenda for this period. But now preparedness has really taken a lot of our mental capacity in many countries. That is not the case to the same extent in Portugal, so working with more specifically with climate change here will be very good for us, I think. So those are the main
Thank you.
points.
Interesting. The same question to Erika. You also had a lot of sharing of knowledge and experience with DG Arts in the past program. We've witnessed that. How do you think that all this knowledge you've shared, that experience, will translate positively into the new program?
Well, first of all, the bilateral cooperation is so much stronger, and it makes it easier and more efficient working practically on the concept notes and all the details. So that's such an advantage. It makes everything easier. Also, I have to stress that we, during our bilateral project with DGARTS, we were focusing on the values and principles aligned with the Blue Book. So our base for the knowledge and implementing all of those into the concept note, but also into the program implementation phase is very strong. So, for instance, sustainability, also on climate change, but gender equality, we studied this intensively for the last couple of years. So we feel very prepared for this. So that's on one side, but on the other side, the success, as I mentioned, of the program also means that we can just build further on what we did the last mechanism, develop and refine it. Yeah, so that's the short answer. Keep the good stuff and further develop it and refine it, basically. Yeah, but focus on regional development further to make the art reach all the regions, and yeah, I think that's the short answer.
Thank you, thank you. Last but not least, Andres.
Thank you.
A slightly different question, but focusing on something we mentioned before. Ranis will continue as DPP for the Blue Growth program, but now will also be DPP to the culture program. So what do you think could be the value added of your participation in this program, and how do you expect this will contribute to advance the bilateral relations between Iceland and Portugal, also in the beyond football, also in the culture sector?
Yes, we are looking really forward to this, because even though we were not the DPP for culture the last time, then there was Icelandic participants in the culture program. So we just hope that it will increase. So we are really looking forward to it. Ranis is the what we call one-stop shop for all funds in Iceland. So we have a very good contacts, and because we have all the European funds within our organizations, we have almost 30 domestic funds. So we are the place where people come, where they are looking for international cooperation and opportunities abroad. In my last question, I was thanking, Marisa and Maria, but of course would like to thank Ragna and her staff at the FMO in Brussels, because they play a very vital role in the development, and their help and their assistance has been really vital. Talking about the future, then again, thanking our Norwegian brothers and sisters that, for example, in domestic violence, and because we are not a DPP, but we would like to get involved, and with the help of Lene and her people at the Ministry of Justice, then we are preparing, or the bulk of the work is there with preparing a project here in Portugal, so which we are looking forward to. But you mentioned bacalhau. We have to talk about bacalhau.
Here we go.
I might regret it.
You have, in all good families, you have quarrels. And of course, the Norwegians are, of course, certain, as the Icelanders are, that they sell the best bacalhau to Portugal. But I saw, there has been, I didn't see, the quote, but there was a story in the Icelandic newspapers a few days ago. We should look into it, where they had done a research on the market here, and where, I'm not saying that the Icelandic cod is the best, but of course we think it's the best. But then they made some DNA research. Don't ask me what DNA of fish is. But anyway, they found that 16% of the cod sold as Icelandic originated from the Barents Sea. Oh, we were very unhappy with that. So, but that will be dealt with on a diplomatic level. Yeah. Yes. But I'll have to tell you a very funny story, because that happened. I mentioned my brother. Last year he was here in Lisbon. He found a very good restaurant, and he saw there was bacalhau, really rather expensive, but he thought, I'll try it. So he got the bacalhau, and it was perfect. So he was, oh, this must be Icelandic carp. I mean, I have to know. So he called the waiter, excuse me, waiter, where does this bacalhau come from? And the waiter looks at him with contempt and said, from the ocean, of course. So, but talking about that, then it's important that the Portuguese waiters are well informed, so maybe we can increase the education of the Portuguese waiters so that they know where the carp comes from. So 2019, you and your staff and from all the POs came to Iceland. So we would like to extend that invitation again, so hopefully you can come to Iceland so we can prepare, you know, some quality work on carp and things like that.
Thank you so much, Andres. I think the waiter is actually correct. It's one ocean, so it's that spirit. So I think our time is done. Thank you so much for helping me keep the time and make it a very lively panel. I hope it was interesting for all of you as well. I think we're
done.
We're done?
Heading for lunch. Maybe you can have some bacalhau, I don't know. But we'll resume at 2 p.m., so have a nice lunch until then. Está tudo a correr. an event that celebrates the start of the new European Economic Area financial mechanism and marks the beginning of a new funding cycle for the EEA grants. Following a very interesting and productive morning with some codfish jokes, which are always welcomed, it's now time to hear our newcomers' perspectives. The donor program partners will for the first time cooperate with the Portuguese program operators, working together for a green, democratic and resilient Europe. We invite to join us on the stage, and now I'm going to put my Nordic accent to the text another time, it's always risky. From the Norwegian Environment Agency, Andre Kamerud. Okay, first test. From the Norwegian Directorate for Health, Freya Karki. From the Norwegian Ministry of Justice and Public Security, Lena Nielsen. From the Liechtenstein National Agency for International Education Affairs, Marion Kunis. From the Council of Europe, Elena Brezowska. Hi. And to moderate this panel, we call Magnar Odelayen. Magnar is the program director from the EEA Grants, Norway Grants at Innovation Norway. Thank you.
Okay, we hope that you all had a nice lunch and that we are ready for a new session. This is kind of then will show that it's not business as usual, because actually 3 out of the 4 programs that will be implemented in Portugal have new partners that will work in Portugal for the first time. So you are actually the new kids in town. That's good, but fortunately you are only new because you have a lot of experience, all of you, both from the institutional level, but also from your personal level. You have been working with similar programs a lot. And we will actually discuss maybe 3 or 4 things. Well, first of all, I will give you the opportunity to present yourself, since you are new in Portugal and you in Lisbon. I don't know how familiar you are with Lisbon, but I can assure you that you will learn to love Lisbon and Portugal. That I know. And we will. Okay, I use this one. But then maybe, yeah, okay. And we will then we'll get to know them. They will get the possibility to introduce themselves. And then we will hear about their expectations. And then we will discuss what they think they can bring to the programs. And lastly, we'll talk about the very, very important bilateral ambition. How you will work to help us to achieve that objective, which of course is a very important objective of the EEA Norway grants. Since I'm the moderator, I have then the opportunity to change a little bit. Of course, I'm from Innovation Norway, so we like to be a little bit disruptive. And my contribution today is that I will change the running order. So, André, you will have to wait. I will not forget about you, but you will have to wait. Because we will start with Liechtenstein. Because now, actually, we have all the 3 donor states working in Portugal. We got the explanation from Andres in the previous session and why kind of we are 3 donor states. That the Icelanders left Norway 1100 years ago. Yeah. He said that he was not sure whether the Norwegians know why they left. I can assure you that we know why you left. Based on 35 years of experience with Iceland, working with Icelanders, I know why they left. But I will leave that to a bilateral session over a drink to tell you why the Icelanders left Norway. But we are at 3 donor states. All 3 of us are working now in Portugal. So that's why I would like to start with Liechtenstein, because it's kind of then very important that Liechtenstein is now included in the work in Portugal. And since you were introduced by the excellent event moderator, I will use your first names only, if that's okay with you. So I will start with Marion, and you are from the Liechtenstein National Agency for International Education Affairs. That's probably the longest name of any donor program partner. And you are from Liechtenstein, and you have ended up in the Blue Growth Program. Yes. And that's interesting. I know that you have about 30 kilometers of the Rhine running through Liechtenstein. But if you ask someone from Portugal, Iceland, or Norway whether that would qualify to be called a maritime nation, then I was a little bit uncertain about the answer. But still, we know from other countries that you have a lot of things to bring to the table and for your area of education. So I would really like you to start, well, a little bit about the role of Liechtenstein in the grants, and then the entity you are representing, and then your expectations for the work done in Portugal. Please, Mario.
Yes, thank you. So, yeah, as Magnar already told you, we're a double landlocked country, so I'm not qualified to discuss about COT or anything with you. That's not my expertise, honestly. Yeah, Liechtenstein, maybe I shall start with explaining about Liechtenstein. Maybe you are not aware, Liechtenstein is the fourth smallest country in Europe. So we're only 40,000 inhabitants and 160 square kilometers big, long, whatever. So it's a very small country. Norwegians are not used to be big, but compared to us, they are big, huge even, and I'm not talking about Portugal. Andres stole my story with soccer, because also Portugal played a lot against Liechtenstein. I think Portugal is always happy when they play against us, because that's a safe bet there. We played 7 times against Portugal, 6 times they won, so yeah. But we're always happy to help you in qualifying. Yeah. But I think that's not the only relation we have or support we can give. Even though we don't have a coastline, we don't have an ocean. First of all, the program itself, it's in the Blue Book, it's green transition. And green is of concern for all of us. I mean, climate change, sustainability, and all of these topics are very important also for the Alps. So I think we can, and when I flew in to Lisbon, I mean, you have a lot of inland as well. And I think blue is a part of green. We all have to support our environment and take care of our climate, otherwise also the ocean suffers. So I think, and we are very concerned, especially in education, in this topic, and I think also our kids get to know the ocean and get to know the problems the ocean is facing and how important the ocean is for all of us. So I think we can learn a lot from Portugal, but I think we can bring to the table as well some interesting points in sustainability and all that matters for the kids to grow up and to be aware how important this topic is. What can we bring, or what do we want to promote? Yes, blue growth, it will be difficult when I come home and say blue growth is our main topic. But I think, and as you heard, 40,000 inhabitants is not a lot. We not all know each other, but most of us know each other. So it's very easy to get in contact with the relevant stakeholders, talk to them, and try to develop some interesting projects, hopefully. So that will be, I think, my job back home. And we had yesterday a short meeting, and Marisa already mentioned it, the skills are changing in the industry, in the blue-green industry, but everywhere skills are changing. And we have the dual VET system. It's the vocational training system, which is very on-the-job based, not in school, more on the job. So, and they are faced with changing their professions as well, and they're quite adaptable to that, and they do it quite well. So maybe we can bring our expertise on the table there in that topic as well. So that's, yeah, we don't expect huge participation, but what can you expect of 40,000 inhabitants? So, yeah, just to reduce your expectations. But I think we have a lot to give, and we are happy that we are now are able to be in Portugal. And I'm happy as well. I've never been to Portugal before, so I will enjoy my task as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Marion. And of course, it was just too tempting to make this point about Liechtenstein and the Blue but because we know that the concept of education is basically the same, independent of what kind of sectors we're talking about. So we know that you will make a very good contribution, and we have worked together in other programs as well, so we know. So then I think we'll go to André. Of course, you know that you have the heavy burden of replacing Innovation Norway. Yeah, you have that task. You will replace Innovation Norway as the donor program partner in the climate program. So we'll of course follow you closely and regularly ask Maria about how you are doing and whether you are as good as Innovation Norway and so on. So yeah, just be able. But maybe you could introduce your entity, your authority, and then what your expectations will be, also based on, of course, a lot of experience you have from other programs.
Boa tarde. Was it close? I tried to say the good afternoon in Portuguese. Yes. Thank you, Magnar. You were talking about being a new kid in town. 20 years ago, I was on this place with my two daughters. They were kids then. So, but it's the same beauty of the city and same friendliness of the citizens I met so far. So I'm so happy to be back after 20 years in Lisbon. And then you challenged me to talk a bit about our agency. Well, I'm from the Norwegian Environment Agency. It's a governmental body under the Ministry of Climate and Environment in Norway. So the ministry gives the policy and we implement the policy given. We work with the three main areas that is covered within the concept note draft that we have discussed so far. It's within climate change, it's within biodiversity, and it's within pollution prevention. We are about 800 employees in our agency, so we have been growing the last years. We are mainly situated in Oslo, where I'm sitting, and we also are situated in Trondheim. That's about 500 kilometers north of Oslo. And then you can ask, why are we in two cities? The reason is that in 2013, we were two agencies in Norway. One dealing with biodiversity, situated in Trondheim, and one dealing with climate and pollution, sitting in Oslo. And then it was another governmental decision that these should be merged, which I think was a good idea. So the Norwegian Environment Agency is not that old. It's from 2013, but we have a much longer history together. You have to stop me if I talk too much, Magnar, but go on. Yeah, thank you. What are we doing in our agency? I think I will mention we have 5 important functions in our agency. The first is we are the place you are going to ask what are the state of the environment in Norway. If the parliament wonder how is it, they ask us, and we are the official way and have a web page around this. Another important task, we are given authority from our ministry in the field of environment. For instance, it's not allowed to pollute in Norway unless you have permission. We issue that permission to pollute in Norway. So that's another task we have. We also deal with much other than giving pollution issues, of course. We follow up and guide the county governors within the field of environment. And we also have a big role in giving advice to our ministry, especially. And finally, and that's why we are here, we are also involved in international cooperation. Because we cannot solve our own problems alone, as we all know. We all have to work together to do it. And then you said that, yes, we have first time, we are Noise as a DPP here in Portugal, looking very much forward to work with the Climate Agency and Susanna, which is two of Susanna's, I have learned already. But we have been a DPP in the last, we started in fact in 2005, starting from the beginning. Then we had a project in Poland on compliance monitoring related to industries. But in the last period, we have been DPP in 8 countries. We have been involved in Estonia, Latvia, Poland. We have been in Czech Republic, Slovakia, Bulgaria, Romania, and Slovenia. It will be probably lesser countries in this period, but we are very happy that we are involved in Portugal, which is a new country for us. So we're very happy for that. And then you ask expectation. Well, as I mentioned, our PO is the Agency for Climate, and we're so much looking forward to work together with them, build trust, confidence, and already the very few meetings we had together has been very, very fruitful, so I think that will be no problem. And of course, we also want to do what we can, do what I like to call to be have a bureaucratic Tinder function. We want Norwegian institution participants to find Portuguese institution participants and work together. And we will do what we can do to give the best competence from the Norwegian side into input into the Portuguese environment and climate issues. Did you ask for more? Did you ask me about?
No, well, that's fine for a start, but we'll come back to then discuss a little bit how we will work and so on, but we will then give the other ones the possibility to introduce themselves first. So now we will go to a program that have actually 3 partners, 2 donor program partners and 1 international partner organization, and that's the program for domestic and gender-based violence. And first of all, Freya, you are from the Norwegian Directorate for Health.
Yes.
So maybe you could introduce yourself and then a little bit about your expectations for this program period.
Thank you, Magnar. Good afternoon. I can't have the ambition of yours trying to say it in Portuguese, but let's start by saying that we are very honored and very happy to have been asked to be a donor program partner. When I told this, or when we discussed this at the directorate, my colleague Solfrid said, "Oh, so lucky you are. Oh, I would like to be there too. I want to be your standby." I said, let's look to that. The point is that we are working in a department or in a section that's called public health. And the Norwegian Directorate of Health is a very big national health authority, consisting of very many different parts, and public health is one of them. And why public health, and what has public health to do with the gender-based and domestic violence? A lot. Even WHO or World Health Organization has been very clear about speaking about the gender-based and domestic violence as a public health problem. It is a huge problem. 1/3 or 1/4 of every European woman has been experiencing at least once violence, intimate partner violence, after 16 years of age. And this is a huge population, and it really is a population. It has consequences not just for the women or the persons exposed, it's also their children, for very many of these women have children. And I know that you have been working in this field and you have a lot of experience from it, and so do we. So when it comes to Norwegian Directorate of Health, we also, in addition to give advice to our ministry and the other ministries, we also commission a lot of research from different research centers. And this is it's really an opportunity also for you to use the research. About the background, yes, we have been donor program partner quite a long time, not as long as you. We have been donor program partner in this area since 2011. And that has been in Slovakia and Estonia. And besides that, we have had the donor program partner role also in the public health in Romania, Poland, and some other countries. So we have a lot of experience from that. And when the Blue Book came this time, we were very happy when we realized that actually domestic and gender-based violence was also under the public health title. So we were really happy for that. So it's acknowledged, and I know that some people who have been contributing that are sitting in this room. And why we think that we can work well with you is, for example, because we have a very good relation intersectorally in Norway. We are friends, we are colleagues, we have been working many years over or bridging the justice sector and the health sector and the social sector. So we think that when we talk about the different silos, then we haven't been in the silo. And I think that that is something that we can also forward to others. And we are looking for synergies all the time. You can't work against domestic and gender-based violence if you are not innovative, or if you are not kind of taking into consideration the culture in the country. It's a very culturally sensitive topic. And we really need to keep this in mind when we work with the different environments. We know that Roma is a very central part of the programs this time. And it is also something that really calls upon a culturally sensitive approach. So you started with a personal anecdote. I will stop by one. For the first time when I was in Portugal, it was a kind of it was a gift to myself and to my colleague. We were just graduating from the university, and we asked, what can we do? Well, we want to go to Portugal. So we were hiking around Portugal. We went to Guimarães, to Vieira da Minho, to Braga, Porto, different places, and to Lisbon, of course. And that was really an eye-opener. So people were so friendly. Everything was functioning. There was it was kind of very safe place and a very inspiring place. So I'm very much looking forward to be in the inspirational space together with you, who are going to be our colleagues and our friends. So first contact and then content. And we are very much interested to hear what you want from us, because this is a user's perspective we always kind of trying to enhance. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and we will definitely come back to this cross-sectoral cooperation that you will have within this program, because we have a little bit of the same in the Blue Growth program, where we have done innovation, research and education. And we can probably learn something from you, and perhaps you can learn something from us, and then we can even discuss. That would be interesting. We will come back to that, but now we will go to Lene, representing the Norwegian Ministry of Justice, please.
Yes, thanks a lot, and thanks for the very warm welcome to Portugal. And as a DPP, we are really honored to be asked, and very happy to be part of a large team. And we have previously worked with the Commission for Citizenship and Gender Equality. I will come back to that in a while. But first of all, I would just like to say that for the Norwegian government, is it on?
No. Yes. No. No.
It's not on.
No, it should be.
It's on? Yeah. Okay. Thank you. Gender-based and domestic violence is a high priority for the Norwegian government, and our ministry is, you have probably both a Ministry of Justice and a Ministry of Home Affairs in Portugal. You have? Yeah. In Norway, we are all in the same. So we are called the Ministry of Justice and Public Security, and we are also having the task of coordinating all relevant policy areas together with 9 different ministries to prevent and combat domestic and gender-based violence. And among those, we have like an interministerial working group, and we have directorates underneath, and all are working for the same goal. And in that goal is also to implement Norwegian implementation of the Istanbul Convention. And that's how we, in the first place, get to know Portugal and SIG. because Portugal were very early on signing the Istanbul Convention, and we really wanted to learn from you. So when the previous period started up, you already had Norwegian DPP, which we also knew very well, and that was the Equality and Anti-Discrimination Ombud in Norway. And we hang on to them, and we got to know you, and we started this synergy network. And Portugal, since you had so long experience with being part of the Istanbul Convention, you and Romania, and we were a DPP in Romania, we would come together and we formed the synergy network together with the Council of Europe and together with other countries that are beneficiaries of the EEA and Norway grants. And Iceland has also been on board, and one time in Liechtenstein, so hopefully more. So we know each other from before, and our ministry has then taken the task of being DPP in the previous period for 4 countries. We have cooperated with Poland, with Lithuania, with Romania and Bulgaria, and with all other countries that have had any projects on domestic and gender-based violence in this synergy network. That has been a really good experience, and also that we have had the Council of Europe on board, and we are particularly happy that this time around Council of Europe also will be international partner organization in Portugal. So in a way, even if it's hard to prevent and combat gender-based and domestic violence, I think that we now have a very good chance of growing and changing together with both beneficiaries and donor country entities. Iceland also will be a part of gender-based and domestic violence, and the Council of Europe. So hopefully now we can move the agenda even further, and I will talk a little bit more later. So for now, that is good.
Thank you. That's good, because we also have not only donor program partners, we have an international partner organization in this program. So Elena, could you tell us a little bit about your work and what's your expectation will be related to this program?
Thank you, Magnar, and good afternoon, everyone. First of all, I want to start that indeed it's difficult not to love Lisbon, even with the weather as it is today. And I'm very pleased to be personally today here. I want to thank the organizer for hosting this event, and of course for the Portuguese authorities for giving us opportunity as a Council of Europe to partner with you on a domestic and gender-based violence program. So, Lena, thank you for already mentioning our previous work. I will maybe start with the fact, and it was already mentioned, Portugal indeed since 2013 is a party to the Istanbul Convention on combating violence against women and domestic violence, which is the only binding instrument in Europe and very important. And together with Grevio, it creates findings and recommendations for the member state. So the time is really coinciding because the first baseline report was 2019, whereas very recently in 25 the thematic one was published. So I think we have an excellent base to jointly see how and in which area in particular we are going to work together. It was mentioned by Carmen in the morning session about the complexity of this topic. And indeed, we talk about really 4 pillars, and starting from prevention to protection, prosecution, and coming to coordinated policy. And this is a complex process that indeed requires engagement of different stakeholders, and to have all at a perfect level is really a very big objective to achieve. So I think that we always have to consider ourselves to improve somewhere, and I think from the last thematic report, Portugal has done very good in this area, very good examples, data protection, on legislative reforms, on a consent-based definition of rape, but there are still outstanding issues that have been recognized, and of course in the afternoon we will be able to discuss more in detail and how we can address. Because Council of Europe as an international organization, we do have standards. We create together with the member states. We have our monitoring bodies, as Grevio, and we go as an independent expertise in the countries. But cooperation is something that we do together with the authorities, based on what is needed and what we can bring as an added value. And in this sense, we do have a lot of know-how on legislative reforms, policy regulation, capacity buildings, and raising awareness. So apart from this funding scheme, which we are involved in the previous cycles, we do work with other member states, and we have, as I said, a methodology, how we work and what we can bring as an advisor, as a strategic advisory, but also to see what jointly we can change in this endeavor when it comes to legislation, when it comes to enhancing concrete mechanism, or even bringing something new in the whole process. And there, the digital violence is indeed an area which is highly important, and raising awareness among many stakeholders, including judiciary, because this is one of the areas that we will discuss later. But as said, we can start talking from victims to institutions, to judicial bodies, and we can circle the institutions. I want also to mention that when it comes to our experience, we were involved in the previous cycles in many countries. For the moment, we are, apart from Portugal, in Poland, Slovakia, Poland, Slovakia, Portugal, and this morning, very likely I received information Bulgaria, but it's still not confirmed. So, in addition to that, being an international partner organization, we have the pathways that was mentioned in the morning by FMO representative. Thank you. And it's an important reinforcement tool to support all the members of the EEA Norway grants to work together on sharing good practices, because we can all agree that sharing is caring. So we try to bring this among member states through different events, through different tools, using with the different stakeholders. And at the end, it's the synergy, of course, that was mentioned. So I think from that perspective, we have a lot to offer, and we are very pleased to be here. Thank you for the trust.
Thank you. I would like to come back to this cross-sectoral cooperation right away, because I think that's a really exciting thing. Because personally, I've been involved in more than 30 programs, I think, financed by EEA Norway Grants, directly involved, and quite a number of them with different sectors involved. And at the beginning, you always say that, oh, no, we will tear down the silos, don't worry. But at the end, when you then talk about did we manage to do it, then the answers are much more wishy-washy, because it's difficult. So I would really like to hear a little bit more from Freya and Lena, how you actually, in practice, work to be able to do that, and how you contribute this into then programs. You have done it in other countries, and how you will then possibly can do that also in the program in Portugal.
Okay. There are many ways for better cooperation between sectors, but I think actually that the EEA and Norway grants is one very important measure. Because what is fantastic about the grants is that it puts us together as a good start. But as you say, Magnar, you need to have concrete plans. You have to see where are the synergies. What can I do better myself, but what can I do better with others? And I think that what has been a success for us is that we created this transnational, cross-sectorial, cross-professional network. So people can just meet in a both flexible and easy manner, and then find out themselves where the common interests are. And we have the Istanbul Convention, which is a very broad and nice framework, very good convention, that gives us the same language. So we don't, we're getting easier to the cross-sectorial points than if we did not have this common framework. And also I would say that for this program, for all the programs in Portugal this time, for example, it would be very interesting to elaborate together with research, together with culture, where are there possible synergies these days? Because as you know, it's not very good times for the younger generation. So people that have keys for education and culture, that you have also keys to our young people. And that's how we can make these, I don't know how to say in English, but there are reasons for working together, and I think that the grants enable us to see, and that's why it's so exciting to discuss this gender mainstreaming issue, because I think that will give us some common points, but also then the funding must be flexible in order for us to catalyze the synergies, or what do you say in proper mathematical language. 1 + 1 is 3. Yes, it can be, but then you have to have the money and the people. Yeah.
I think this works. You can keep it. We think that the intersectorality, it should be kind of on all the different levels, not just the strategic level. That's a very nice description of intersectorality on a strategic level, but it really should be kind of, it should infiltrate all the different levels. I can give you some examples from Norway how we do it. When it comes to, we are very preoccupied by children and youth, and also in view of that the next generation will be influenced by all the adverse childhood experiences that they have from their families, dysfunctional families or families with intimate partner violence. And many years ago, we started an inter-ministerial, interdirectoral working group on children and youth. And it was for exchange of information, but not just that, because you need to kind of find the common projects. You really need to kind of to work together practically to find out what can be done. And many of you know about the concept of children's houses, which is on a practical level a very good initiative, where children who have been exposed to violence or abuse, they do get all the different services under one roof. And that is also something that's happening. We are also very preoccupied by sexual violence. And also in view of that the generation that's growing up, it doesn't look like they are kind of less kind of influenced by all the things that the dating violence, for example, sexual violence in digital or outside the digital sphere. So we are very preoccupied by that. So next year, in 2026, the first sexual assault center that was established in Oslo or in Norway is going to have its 40th anniversary, 40, meaning that we have been working a lot with that kind of themes. And sexual assault center is a place where all the different services are under the same roof. So this is really something that we are very keen on. Carina mentioned the 360 degrees kind of understanding or approach to this, and it really is a fact that we need to look at the different elements of the different topics when preventing or tackling the violence issue, like perpetrators, like those exposed, like the next generation. So, and this we can't do without engaging the education sector, the child protection, the justice, and the health. So, and often it's a fact that it's easiest to get access to the people through other than justice sector. For example, health, your GP, your general practitioner. Perhaps it's the health sector who is the first responder or first receiver of a person who has been exposed to violence. And the civil society, well, that's very important. The NGO sector is really important in this context.
Thank you. Maybe, Elena, would you like to comment on this as well?
Yes. Yeah, thank you. I fully agree. Definitely what has been done before is a safe space for different stakeholders through the Synergy network to discuss, to exchange, to see what they can learn from each other. And I think this model should continue and maybe even replicate it on a smaller format when it comes to PDPs or other programming area. I also believe that, as it was mentioned, for instance, working on a PDPs, that Council of Europe in particular, on access to justice when it comes to children, and Barnahus has extensive experience and can really be of an added value here with the experience. But nevertheless, when it comes to prison and probation services in particular, it is indeed important that those institutions and individuals working have a very gender-sensitive approach when it comes to dealing with victims, but also with the perpetrators. And on the latter, we are working also extensively on perpetrator programs, which are especially now the European standards on the perpetrator network that are considered by EU as an acceptable model. We are trying to work with the countries, and there is an interest. Even recently, Armenia, who is not a party to the convention, expressed interest. So we do believe that this program can bring a change when it comes to mentality change of certain people, and from the aspect of prevention on that scale. So indeed, of course, we will in detail discuss in the afternoon, and I'm so much looking forward. But for me, the Council of Europe, indeed, through the tools that exist, just I can name HELP. Maybe some of you is aware about the online courses for justice professionals. We can train, we can support institutions, judiciary, for instance, to address some of the outstanding issues that Grevio has found when it comes to work of the judiciary. Because change of the legislation, yes, it's a first step to have a consent-based definition of rape, but how it has been approached by the services is important, and for that I think we can all agree that it requires capacity buildings and usage, and on that I do believe that we can bring some good examples and experience.
Thank you. And my impression is that you are then building a lot on work taking place in other international forums for what you bring into the EEA Grants financed programs. That's interesting. I would also like to ask a little bit the same question, but from a different angle to the two others of you. Marion, as an education enthusiast, how will you be able to convince then the innovation people and the research people in the Portuguese program to at least make some cracks in their silos?
I mean, we worked together as well already, so we had our silos or not. No, I think education is special in a way, because education concerns a lot of fields. We're not, well, only in one field, we're in different fields, and we go from kindergarten up to well, higher education, not into research, but higher education is education as well, so we cover a lot of fields. Where we have, where we go into the silos of innovation or of, green and then energy and all that stuff. So I think we get along quite well, and we can bring our input there. I just don't want to forget with everything what education is concerned. We're probably the smallest part everywhere. When it comes to program size, we try to become bigger, but I'm convinced, I'm doing that now since 13 years as well, and I'm convinced we have to start with the little ones to educate them how important it is. Now with green transition, how important our planet is, our environment is, and only when they know how important it is, they can bring it to the older, and they take it with them and maybe go into a field and study this and that, which is important for the next level and the next generation. So I think it's quite an important task we have, and I'm happy that we have now programs which align and well, where we can break up the silos, hopefully.
Okay, you brought it up, so to be honest, often it will end up in some kind of discussion of who should be eligible for funding. Because then the innovation or the innovation people would like to know it should be the companies, the research people, they want, no, it's the research institutes, and then the education, no, it's the universities and the educational. So we had discussions about that, of course, and to try to sort that out is a kind of a first start to make them really good work to do, to break down the silos.
Absolutely, absolutely, I agree. And if we start to think out of the silos, I think we can develop the programs in an extremely good way and successful way, I think. Yes, I agree.
And Andre, you are representing them, of course, entity that's kind of dealing with the regulatory things in Norway. But I know from working many years in your mother ministry that, of course, that you are in very close contact with the industry and businesses. So, from my point of view, representing then the business side of it, I think that this is a good opportunity to then find the synergies, of course, between the green programs you are representing and then the innovation programs. And of course, we had the synergies, even though I don't like the word, we have done that with between the green transition program and the blue growth program in Portugal in the previous period, and hope to get that again. And I had a sneak peek into what you will be doing, or actually Susanna showed that today, that for instance you will deal with circular economy. That would be a topic that could be a good starting point for finding things between environment and industry and so on. How do you see it, and how could you, as then the DPP for the Green Transition Program, also contribute to that, to also break down the silos, not only within areas within the program, but also between the programs?
It's a challenging question, but I think that the environment is cross-cutting in itself, because it's not the environmental ministry that is responsible for environment in Norway or in Portugal. It's every sector that is responsible for their field of environment. And of course, it's a challenging issue. Last program period, we had 3 program areas. It was one with environment, one with climate, one with energy that we were part of. And then it was divided. It was the Norwegian water resources and electric the directorate or something, yes. And that was responsible for energy. We were responsible for environment, and climate were between us. Now we are challenged with the green transition, and then we have lifted above one level. And of course, it's not only the environmentalists and climate change people that are responsible, because everyone contributes to the challenges that we have related to greenhouse gas emissions, and also responsible for reductions. So what we can bring is, of course, the way we are thinking in relation to circular economy. For instance, in the last program period, Estonia was very keen about how we should explore the possibilities within this issue. And it's not only because of Norwegian competence, but of course part of it, that we were also making a national roadmap, action plans, how to deal with it. And it's a lot of efforts undertaken in Norway, and surely also in Portugal, how to deal with the circular economy. That is, of course, a challenging way of solving the future problems.
Thank you. And we have less than 10 minutes left, so we need to come to the bilateral ambition. And of course, programs, they are different. So programs will work in different ways on then the bilateral ambitions. Maybe I'll start with Lene, because I think that the justice part of your program will have a lot of predefined projects, I think. So I wonder, do you then just have a small group of usual suspects that will always be partners, or how do you identify the partners?
Yeah, I think there are some usual suspects, but I must say that we just have had the concept note last week, so this is very early to give inputs on. But of course, we hope that the bilateral ambition is high in this program. And in particular, we hope that Norway and Portugal and Iceland and the Council of Europe can work together on preventing sexual violence among young people, because it's so scaring these days. We have had a lot of progress when it comes to gender equality in all our countries in Europe, but all of a sudden we have something new. We have social media with toxic messages to young people about how they should behave and not behave, and it's not good for us. It's not good for our kids and the young people. So I hope that we are really high bilateral and international and go together, because the topic of sexual violence is so taboo and so difficult to talk about. But I think that if we do this together, we will make a change. So that is my hope for this cooperation with Portugal.
Mm-hmm. So, Elena, is then the bilateral objective relevant for you at all, or do you just work with the Portugal and don't care about then the Norwegians and Icelanders and Liechtenstein?
We do care.
Or how could you then contribute to those then to achieve then the bilateral objectives?
We do care, and I think the Synergy network has the actual name. The Synergy is really important. If you want to bring different good examples, what is applicable in one country does not necessarily mean that automatically will be applicable as a system in another country, but at least we can see how to shape things together. So despite current role as an IPO in this programming area, we do believe we can contribute on a different bilateral level, also through the pathways that I mentioned, but equally through Synergy network. So we have opportunities to jointly decide on a topic that is of interest of more countries, to bring institutions and to discuss profoundly about some specific topics. So here, when it comes to the education, yes, I will also use the word of backsliding, because this is something that has been recognized by monitoring bodies, Grevio in particular. So in that sense, education, of course, here is another area. It's part of Istanbul Convention, and indeed in the concept note is included, but we have to see how more effectively and efficiently we can address in order to reach a younger population.
Thank you. And Marion, of course, we have talked about that Liechtenstein, and you are small and you are a limited number of entities, but how could you work to bring them into as potential partners into the program?
Well, honestly, and don't tell anyone I said that, but Portugal, I think, is very attractive, or will be very attractive for our people. You know, the ocean has it, and hopefully we will be attractive, even though we don't have an ocean, but we will be attractive as well with being a bit different and seeing things a bit differently. And well, I try, that's a promise, I try to do my best to have bilateral cooperation in this program. I can, that's...
So for your information, this has been streamed, so they are sitting now listening to what you are saying.
Yeah, it's good. That's okay.
Okay, Freya, how will you work to then get Norwegian partners into the program?
Very eagerly. I have been doing a mapping exercise already, and there are a lot of players who will be interested in collaboration. So we are quite privileged in Norway to have an architecture of violence prevention in different institutions, and it is a lot of capacity, both in research and in a practice, close capacity building agencies. So everybody is very eager to contribute. So we already have a kind of a pool of people who are interested.
Okay, thank you. And it was not my intention to give the last word to a man, but I'm forced to that because of the time. So, André, what will you say about how will you work to find Norwegian partners into your program?
We also have this database. I can say that within our role as a DPP in the last period, we had about 300 projects, about 100 Norwegian participants of these 300. So we have these as a starting point, and of course we want to include even more, because green transition is highlighted in every aspect in the Norwegian society, whether it's research institutions, whatever. We will bring them together and share our knowledge with the Portuguese knowledge, and hopefully we can be even better together.
Thank you. We could have continued this discussion for a long time, but we are running out of time. But we are now convinced that all of you will do a great job to contribute to the Portuguese programs. So thank you very much for your participation. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. And now it's time for the last panel of the day. Created with the aim of strengthening bilateral relations between partner countries, the EEA grants are also an important instrument to wide cooperation between Portugal, Norway, Iceland, and Liechtenstein. To discuss this important topic, we are pleased to invite the following speakers to the stage. I don't see Inês Domingos. Is she? She's coming, so she'll... oh, now I see her. The Portuguese government representative, Inês Domingos. Secretary of State for European Affairs, welcome. The Norwegian government representative, Hanna Brusleto. Perfect. Ambassador of Norway to Portugal. Please take a seat, whatever. And the Icelandic government representative, Maria Jónsdóttir. No, I didn't say it right. I'm going to try again. Jónsdóttir. Perfect? No, almost, almost. Ambassador of Iceland in Paris. Thank you very much. So, we have introductions made, and it's a topic actually to discuss the importance of working together and cooperation, which is one of the bases of this fund. And I'll start with Portugal to know how do you see the EEA grants contributing to meeting the challenge Europe is facing today, including by making Europe more competitive, resilient, and greener, because are the goals of these grants?
Well, thank you. Thank you very much for the invitation to be here. It's a great pleasure. I have known the EEA grants for a while now, for a few years, but I have to say, I guess when I was invited to this event, the first thing that came to mind is that I think it's not well known enough, and I think one big challenge that we have here, not only the Iceland, Liechtenstein, Norway, to get to better show how they are contributing to the EU in that regard. Also, countries like Portugal would, I think, could do a better job at making these opportunities for connection more visible. So I think my first thought about this is that we should be more open to showing what we're doing through these programs. That's the first point I'd like to make. The second point is beyond the question that you have asked, and it's really interesting about how we can improve sustainability, the green economy, and resilience of the society. I guess the first thing that comes to mind when I look at these funds is that beyond the specific projects that are funded and created and developed, beyond those specific projects, these funds mean something beyond that. They mean that there's an increased connection between countries, an increased connection between, it makes Europe as a whole, beyond the EU, more resilient. And in times as we are experiencing of great uncertainty and turmoil, I guess that putting together resources in countries that share similar values and working on those funds to double down on those values ultimately, which is competitiveness, the green economy, and social and economic resilience, it's an important topic. It goes beyond the project. It is, I would guess, a geostrategic asset. So this is the two general reflections that I would make. On your specific question, I know, and you debated this here today, and it's really interesting projects and future projects and areas where we want to work more and to work better. And I guess those three topics are really crucial, because these are the ones that really project us into the future. And to start with competitiveness, EEA grants have been very good in the past, and we hope they will continue in the future to help promote what we in Portugal have been defending for a while now. And that links also with the green economy, which is to promote that double question, which is to create stronger growth, so more prosperity for people, and doing that through projects that also defend the environment. Of course, in Portugal, also thanks to those grants, we have developed quite a significant cluster. I don't normally like to use the word, but quite significant. We have acquired a lot of knowledge and implemented many projects in the area, for instance, of renewable energies, which is where we are really, if we are going to be completely honest, quite leaders in those areas, particularly in some specific types of renewable energies. And of course, the grants that have been supporting us also in those areas, they have contributed to this role. The second point you are making about, and this is very important for us as well, the second point that we're talking about resilience and social resilience, the projects or the prospect to use those grants to reinforce the fabric of society, to fight violence, to promote equality, all that contributes to a more resilient society, in the sense that if you have a more closely knit social fabric, if people feel not left behind, if people feel involved in society and that they have a chance to access prosperity, then of course that makes for a stronger society to face day-to-day challenges that go from fires in the summer, floods in the winter, and today it rained massively, at least where I was, but also to make them more resilient to external attacks, and that's really important when we look at the turmoils that we're facing.
So integration is also a big issue here. In the Norwegian perspective, how are the EEA grants important to European integrations? What is the role of this mechanism to that aim?
First of all, I would just like to say thank you everyone for coming today. I'm very happy to I think this is a... Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah.
This is a great period to be a Norwegian ambassador in Portugal, because we get to be here from the beginning of the EEA grants. I'm sure Maria feels the same way from the Icelandic perspective, and also Pedro, who is the Portuguese ambassador in Oslo. I have to say that I'm not invited to all these EU meetings, unfortunately, but I get to be here with you, and some of my EU colleagues, they are very envious of me because I have this contact with all the Portuguese state secretaries, and they are here today, so thank you so much for that. Coming back to the integration, a strong and integrated Europe is a Europe that is competitive, green and resilient. We talked about that. And the EEA grants, they actually contribute to all these areas, to innovation, to the green transition, and to societies where people are empowered. And I think further European integration is only possible if we feel that we are equal and if our economies offer opportunities for all of us. And the grants play a part in this by reducing disparities between and within countries. So for Norway, the grants are an opportunity to contribute to increase competitiveness and resilience in Europe at a time when our continent faces huge challenges. And in this regard, I just would like to mention that we have a war in Europe, and Norway is one of the largest supporters of Ukraine. And this year alone will provide 7.3 billion euros to Ukraine, which amounts to approximately 1.7% of our GDP. So, and our support is, of course, an expression of solidarity with Ukraine and the Ukrainian people, but it is also a critical investment in Norwegian and European security. And we know that through the EEA Norway grants, millions of euros will be available for projects related to challenges experienced because of the invasion of Ukraine. And this funding can also be accessed in Portugal. So we are also contributing to European countries being better prepared for the potentially difficult times ahead. And I just want to mention one example from outside of Portugal. I have a very good colleague in Riga, and I talked to her, and she told me that the EEA grants in Latvia, they will contribute to increasing the total preparedness for crisis and to improving their resilience. As a border country to Russia, they are feeling the threat, of course, every day to their democracy, to their freedom, and to their way of life very directly. And here in Portugal, enhancing resilience is perhaps not building bomb shelters, but it's...
Let's hope not.
No, let's hope not. We are far away. But supporting innovation, creating jobs, protecting the environment, combating gender-based violence, and so forth. So it's also very, very important, equally important. Yes. I'll stop there. I have a lot on my mind.
We talked a lot today about human rights, about freedom, dignity, the rule of law, democracy, and I'd like to hear the Icelandic perspective. How could Iceland and Icelandic partners contribute within these grants to further these rights, this view on our values, our shared values that are so threatened? What could your contribution be?
Well, we have been celebrating this year 50 years since we had the women's strike in Iceland. And exactly 50 years ago, last Friday, women came together to sort of show the value of women's work, both paid and unpaid. And women came together again last Friday. The men somehow were objecting to this, some of them. Haven't you already achieved what you wanted? Because we have now a woman who's president, a prime minister, the dean of the university, the bishop, the chief of police. Am I forgetting somebody? Probably. But
it's a good sign if you're forgetting someone, because it's already a long list.
But I mean, gender equality is much more than that. And we've talked about gender-based violence a lot today. And that's one area where we can share our experience and good practices. But more than that, I think today, as both of you mentioned, I mean, the solidarity in Europe is our most cherished value. We have a society. We have this. The European project is essentially a democratic peace project, and Iceland and Norway and Liechtenstein, we participate in this through the EEA agreement, and I don't think people who were born after we joined the EEA area realize the difference. And we, of course, we also participate in this through the Council of Europe. But the main benefit for both Iceland, Norway, and Portugal as partners is to be able to work together on these issues that are so fundamental to our societies, and to continue building strong societies. We are very attractive as a continent. People want to come here because, more and more. And that's because people are very generous with their time and ideas, and they are ready to work together. And the EEA is an excellent platform for people to find each other, and of course the financing helps, but partnering is the most important thing. And I was just at this equality conference in Paris last week, and the money that is being put into the anti-rights movement is beyond belief.
Yes, it is.
And so we really, really need to work together and partner in order to be able to counter what is happening. And there are various ways of doing that. I have to mention the Barnahus that was already mentioned here today. That's one project where working with children who've experienced violence is a very good way of dealing with that, and it's been promoted all through Europe and even in Ukraine, and we hope that this can be one of the areas where we can work together in this period. We've also, of course, been involved in geothermal development, which, so basically it's about sharing knowledge and good experience and learning from each other.
Yeah, and talking about sharing and this partnership, Inês, how do you see Portugal benefiting from these funds? What are the main benefits that Portugal can gain through these partnerships?
Thank you. Well, first, I think they're very useful complement to funding that we already have, to build on funding that we already have in those areas. So it's been very useful for Portugal in that. It also covers areas that you were both referring to that. It covers areas that are of great interest to us in terms of democracy building or protection, the capacity to make the society more equal in all aspects. I mean, we were referring to gender equality, but of course it's very important in Portugal as well, and in many other countries, to reduce poverty, which is a fundamental issue, and it does tend to affect more elderly people, more the children, and also, generally speaking, more women. So in terms of proportion. So this is an area where those have been very helpful. I referred earlier on to the projects related to energy, anything that has to do with renewables energy, because that, of course, is fundamental for competitiveness and for growth. And I guess one thing with funds, generally speaking, is that if you can help an economy to grow and make it more resilient, so that that growth is not just a spurt that then fades away. If you make it resilient in the sense that it is sustained over time, resilient not only from the perspective of environment, but from everything. If it lasts, that helps you solve many problems, and it helps you to support society, it helps you to support those programs that you need to make sure that there's no violence against women or against young girls, or domestic violence in general. And so I think the EEA grants have been very, very helpful in many of those social and competitiveness, energy, all those sorts of projects. So I think they've been a great addition to the funding, the national funding, to EU funding, and now for a long time, also the EEA grants funding. But I would like to come back to this point. It's not only projects, it's more than that. I think it's a relation between countries, and that is crucial.
Yeah, and for that matter, if it's a partnership, it should go both ways. So I'll ask you what's in it for Norwegian partners in this. You are donors, but in some ways, it's also something that you can benefit from. So I would like to hear a little bit about that.
I don't think donors is
not a very good word.
We like to refer to it. We are partners, and I think one of our previous speakers said that this is more than a financial mechanism. It's a partnership, and that's really the truth. And that's why I started by saying that we feel that we really have connected, and that our bilateral relations as well that is also already excellent, because we cooperate in NATO with ocean policies, fisheries, and a lot of things. But it has really strengthened the bilateral relations, and that's also one of the main goals of this. So I think that for the Norwegian entities, it's very useful. For Norwegian universities and research institutions, for example, the partnership they established with Portuguese counterparts are also often a further spark for larger scale projects supported by the EU funds, for example, Horizon Europe. And we have plenty of examples where bilateral partnerships supported by the grants have developed into broader and long-term collaborations. And I will not mention all all of them, but I can remember, I can mention one of them, because last time when our State Secretary for Foreign Affairs was here in Portugal, she visited the nautical school in Oeiras. They have a wonderful collaboration with the University of Science and Technology in Trondheim. And she was so impressed, so she went back to Norway and told all her friends about this wonderful partnership. So that's just one example.
I'll pose the same question to you. This is a partnership also with Iceland. What can Iceland and the bilateral relationships between Iceland and Portugal benefit from this?
Well, first of all, I agree. The bilateral relationship is definitely strengthened by this cooperation at all levels. It's a people-to-people connection. It's a government-to-government and so forth. And we are now, for the first time, DPPs in 2 areas. I'm learning my acronyms, yes. I've only been Ambassador Agre to Portugal since August, so EEA is new to me, and so are all the acronyms. So, no, the EEA grants. The EEA grants are new to me. But in general, we are, as we've heard today, I mean, the cooperation with Portugal is excellent. So not only does it benefit Iceland in terms of deepening the relationship and learning also from the Portuguese, but we also learn from the experience in how to work in other countries. Okay. And that is very valuable to us.
Thank you very much. I would like to thank you all and all the participants in all the other panels for being here and for sharing all the stories you've shared. It was really, I think, very interesting to hear. And I would like to thank also your engagement and contribution, because they are key to the success of the EEA grants mechanism in Portugal. So thank you all. And now we're going to proceed with our closing session. And thank you. State for Planning and Regional Development, Elder Reis, to speak in this closing session. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Secretary of State for European Affairs, Inês Domingos. Deputy Minister for Justice, Gonçalo Pires. Secretary of State for Environment, José Manuel Esteves. Deputy Minister for Youth and Equality, Carla Rodrigues. Secretary of State for Fisheries and Marine Affairs, Salvador Malheiro. Secretary of State for Planning and Regional Development, Elder Reis. Ambassador of Norway to Portugal, Annette Broslet. Ambassador of Iceland to Portugal, Maria, I'm so sorry. Jonsdottir, yes, okay. Ambassador of Portugal to Norway, Pedro Pessoa e Costa. Head of the National Focal Point, Maria Mineira and your beautiful team. Program operators, partners, certifying authorities, and audit authority for the new EEA Grants cycle. Ladies and gentlemen, it is a great pleasure to speak to you today as we close this important event, the launch of the new cycle of the EEA grants in Portugal. I would like to start by thanking your presence and for your presence here and for your valuable contributions in this important occasion. Today it is a special moment. We are starting a new phase of EEA grants, which will continue to support Portugal in many important areas. With the signing of the Memorandum of Understanding last July, we officially began the 2021-2028 cycle of the European Economic Area Financial Mechanism. This new cycle brings for more than 126 million euros to Portugal. Since the EEA grants started in 1994, after the agreement signed in Porto in 1992, the goal has been to reduce social and economic differences in Europe and reinforce cooperation between countries. Over the past 30 years, more than 800 projects have been carried out in Portugal. These projects have made a real difference in areas like innovation, ocean research, climate change adaptation, circular economy, cultural heritage, performing arts, and gender equality. These results show the strong commitment, trust, and dedication of all parties involved: program operators, promoters, donor states, and all national and international partners. This new cycle continues to be guided by shared values: human dignity, freedom, democracy, equality, the rule of law, and respect for human rights. These values are the foundation of our work and our cooperation. It is important to keep the support that the EEA grants have given to Portugal, not just through funding, but also through sharing knowledge, encouraging innovation, and building strong partnership. I also want to highlight the importance of bilateral and long-term cooperation between programs and partners. The partnership between Portugal, Norway, Iceland, and Liechtenstein have helped many institutions to benefit from exchange of knowledge and expertise and share good practices in areas like technology, biodiversity, gender-based violence, and cultural heritage. We are committed to making this partnership even strong as we work together for a greener, more competitive, and more resilient Europe. As we move into the next funding cycle, we do so with fresh energy, renewed motivation, and confidence in our ability to create positive results for people and communities. Today has been a great day of learning and sharing ideas marked by fruitful discussion and the exchange of ideas across different program areas. This event clearly demonstrates the drive and commitment of all partners involved. Dear colleagues, dear friends, our goal remains clear: to make the most of this opportunity and ensure that our collective action continue to play a decisive role across many fields, contributing to the sustainable and inclusive development of Portugal. Let us move forward together with ambition, trust and shared values to make a real difference for our citizens, our communities and our common European future. Thank you all.
Thank you very much. This conference, marking the launch of the new European Economics Area Financial Mechanism 2021-2028, provided a valuable opportunity to deepen our knowledge on the new funding cycle, as well as the perspectives, expectations, and ambitions of the different partner countries, program operators, donor program partners, and all stakeholders. It has also been a special moment to celebrate the start of our joint work between Portugal, Norway, and Iceland and Liechtenstein, working together from the very beginning towards a greener, more democratic and resilient Europe. We thank you all for your participation and collaboration, and we look forward to continuing this journey together. Thank you very much. Good afternoon.